for coming. We have a governor being inaugurated today, which is pretty exciting. So maybe there's some kids out there who are going to be watching that and getting a civics lesson. That would be fun. So with no public comment right there, all right. Well, we'll just go right into Newfound School District. Hey, thanks for showing up. Welcome. You guys can take the table and you're up. And for folks who maybe aren't familiar with this, anybody watching at home, a while back we started to invite school districts around New Hampshire to give us a little presentation for the board to get familiar with what's going on in school districts around the state, to make connections and build relationships, but also really helps us understand the real good and innovative and interesting success stories from a lot of our school districts. So it's been one of my favorite parts of the meeting. It's been my favorite part of the meeting since we started it. I really love it. So thank you guys for being here.
Thanks for having us.
All right, so why don't you introduce yourselves and you're all up.
I'm Tess Sumner. I'm a senior at Newfound Regional High School.
Paul Voorhees, superintendent since July 1st, but it's my 17th year with the district. I've been a teacher, an assistant principal, a principal, and now superintendent.
I'm Barrett Christine, Executive Director of the Hampshire School Board Association.
Okay. All right, so do you guys have a presentation?
I do, and I'm actually going.
Waiting for the technology.
Yes, waiting for me to get the thing going.
If I could just give a little introduction, on December 7th, 2004, the School Boards Association, in conjunction with the New Hampshire School Administrators Association, hosted our second annual Student School Board Representative Workshop. We had 20 student school board members from across the state attend a workshop, 3-hour workshop at our office in Concord. We talked about the roles and responsibilities of a local school board. We talked about the unique challenges of being a student representative. And we talked about how to bring student voice to decision-making through this key role as a student representative. Becky Wilson from our office led a presentation on how to assist student school board representatives in writing their report to the school board and trying to go beyond just, the basketball team won a game and there was the prom the other night, and how to gather information from the representative student peers, how to talk to the principals and the superintendent of the school board and make a presentation to the board. We had an individual from the National Student Board Member Association give a presentation on how to help students write a resolution and elevate student voice. And more than anything, the part that I like is the kids get to network with one another. They exchange email addresses and I don't know, Snapchat and Instagram and whatever else. Things that are beyond my age, if you will. But the kids like connecting with one another and sharing stories about, well, my school board does this, and I give a report like that. So it was a great program. I may have mentioned this was the second year that we did it. We did one in December of 2023 as well. And when the new law became effective, requiring each high school to have a student school board representative, I think 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, we started out doing some regional trainings. We did one in the South Central region at Goffstown High School and had about 10 or 12 kids there. We did a couple other regional ones via Zoom, and we figured it was a great idea just to try and get as many kids as possible in the same room at once and let them share their experiences, share their stories, and learn from each other with a little guidance from the adults. Jackie Coe, superintendent in SAU 24, was present. Christine Michaud, superintendent in Milford, SAU 40, was present. And I feel terrible for saying this, but the superintendent in Conval, SAU 1, whose name is escaping me right now, was also present. So myself, Becky Wilson, 3 superintendents, and a handful of students. So.
Yeah, that I will be talking about. That was part of my presentation. But yeah, I'll be talking about the experience of a student school board representative. Which we're not looking at here. But. So this is me. There's some pictures of me talking to the school board. I've served since June of 2024, so this is my first full school year as a student rep. I am someone who's passionate about leadership, education, and student advocacy, so I had some experience with leadership in clubs in my school and decided to run for student rep. So my role is to attend school board meetings, first of all, to represent student perspectives, different concerns that we have, different opinions on things that the school board is talking about. I have to collaborate with board members and the administration, prepare for the meetings by looking at the agendas, gathering student input on things that are on the agendas or things that we want added or things we want to talk about to the board members, and then sort of help foster this communication between the students and the decision makers, because I feel like as a student, sometimes the decision makers who are making decisions for you don't always ask for your input, and so that's sort of my role, is to make sure that students feel like they're being heard with the school board district. As far as leadership skills, it requires a lot of communication because I have to present these ideas effectively and advocate for students, so talking to students and talking to board members. I have to understand the policies and balance a bunch of different perspectives because not all the students believe the same thing about the same issue. I have to, navigate those differing opinions and collaborate with administrators and board members and the public for public comment and everyone in between.
Can I ask you a question? I know we have to interrupt here, but
Yes.
I thought that was really insightful of you to notice or to make a point of pointing out that student opinions are just run the gamut. As a student representative on the school board, how do you manage that? Communicating to the school board that, look, you're one person, but you can't possibly reflect all of the views of students. So, just how do you sort of figure out what kind of feedback to give them, right?
Right,
How do you do that?
So I try to talk to a bunch of different students in my classes, and people that I know are involved in different activities, and get basically a broad perspective on what a bunch of different types of students in the school want me to say. I am going to start having a suggestion box or something, like a box in the front lobby that I'm going to make, and be able to have students put those in. But I look at everything that they've told me and everything that they believe, and I sort of pick out the main points, and then I'll bring that to the school board. Because there's some complaints about oh well, the chicken patties at lunch weren't good on Wednesday. Well, that's not something that the school board needs to know exactly. But I mean, it's good input. Maybe there's a bigger problem with food service that we could look into. But I'm not going to say so and so thinks that the chicken patties were bad on Wednesday. But sort of digging into what are the bigger issues and bringing those up.
But sometimes the lunch vendors are a pretty big issue. So
Yes, that has been a hot topic for sure. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Well, thank you for that.
How big is your school? How many students?
About 400
400.
from 9th to 12th grade.
So 100 a class.
Yes.
I'm just curious how, for incoming students, how they learn of this vehicle you've created to get their voice to the school board. How do they know that you are a conduit for that?
I try to be open about it. I talk to student council a lot. I'm on the student council in our school, and we try to get a lot of freshmen to go and join student council and know what it is, and so I'll talk to them. I've gone to some freshman class meetings where it's just all the freshmen in one room, and I'm like, hey, listen, I'm the school board rep. If you have anything you want me to bring to the school board, here is my email, this is my homeroom. If you want to come find me during homeroom, that sort of thing. I try to make myself available, and like I mentioned, that suggestion box, I really want to make that open. But I try to just be open about it, and I mean, I'm a senior, I'm graduating in 6 months, so there are some students who want to take over my spot, and I want to try to make sure that I mentor them and get them to be just as open about open lines of communication with a bunch of different kids.
If I could just piggyback on that, is one of the things I'm proud of at Newfound Regional High School is the culture for valuing student voice has been there about over a decade. Over a decade ago, we were involved with an I3 Innovation 3 grant with 13 schools in the state, a couple in Vermont, one in Maine, and the main purpose of that cohort group was to foster and bolster student voice at the school. So I feel like students come in freshman year already knowing they have a voice. They can represent their class on a student staff senate. And every year when we have, and I will talk about this at the end, when we have elections for school board rep, they start running at freshman year, so.
Yeah, yeah. Students do run class elections, yeah. As far as the workshop experience that I got from that student school board workshop, it was amazing to connect with other student representatives because there are only 100 of us, I believe, of student school board reps in the state. And so I got to learn a bunch of other people's perspectives on that. I learned better about how school boards function. We did a budget exercise that talked about the role of property taxes in funding schools and like the challenges and trade-offs in decision making. So I'll show a picture of that in the next slide. But we also talked about the importance of student involvement in governance and how important our role is to really make sure that students' voices are being heard.
What is the, and again, if you don't mind me just
Yes.
interjecting and asking questions along the way. In your school, and based on your experience, what is the sense or the feedback when you're trying to encourage student engagement and student involvement? What kind of feedback are you getting? Are kids, when they learn how this stuff works, when they sort of learn, hey, my voice can be heard, is there enthusiasm there, or are they just sort of like, yeah, I don't want to bother?
From my experience, there's definitely enthusiasm because there are the kids who will complain about a lot of different things, and they're like, oh, all the adults don't listen to me, like, you know, the school lunch is so bad or something, and it's like, okay, so then why don't we, like, come with me to the next school board meeting, why don't we talk about it? And then they're like, oh, I can do that? Like, yeah, you can talk to the people who make those decisions, and then, you know, now suddenly they'll be at the next school board meeting to talk about those things. I had an experience with one of our clubs called Getting to Why, which focuses on substance misuse and abuse with the YRBS Youth Risk Behavior Survey data that we get in our school. And they wanted to get their name out there about what they do and sort of talk to the community and get more involvement. And so I said, you know what, why don't we ask if we can be on the next school board agenda and present to them? And so we just did earlier this week. And it was their first time ever talking to any adults, and they did a great job. And they were like, "This is so cool! Like, we're gonna update them about what we're doing now." And like,
That's
we
great.
got to talk about all the stuff that we were gonna do, which was amazing.
So when you're doing you're educating students too, right? I think that's
Yeah.
just super important. So when you're walking them through, look, here's how property taxes work. Here's how the system works, which most adults don't know. So
Yes.
if you get kids to start to understand the complexity of the system and that they can get involved and there's a process for that, I would think that's creating new leaders for the future, even if they don't get super engaged today, just helping them understand, hey, the system works this way.
Yep.
That's super valuable. How valuable, I guess, do you see that, or how much of the part of what you do is not just getting feedback from the students to deliver to the board, but getting information to the students about, look, this is a bit of a complicated system, here's how it works. It seems like that's an important part of the process as well.
It definitely is. I think that making the students like better, not just informed students, but informed citizens,
Yes.
because they can take this information and learn a lot more about the legislative system and government and how it all works. I think that's really important. I try to make sure that the younger kids are, you know, starting to learn. That's why I go down and talk to the freshmen. Like, listen, this is how this works. Like, this school board rep is open to anybody. Like, if you're a freshman this year and you wanted to be a next year, like, let's talk about that, you know? And I think that's really important to be able to be an informed citizen and student of our district.
I just have one question too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Tess, I just love this leadership, and I like the real life experience that you're getting. I mean, it's really invaluable. I'm just wondering if you're getting any credit or coursework for it, and if that's allowed. So Barrett, this might be a question for you. And how many other school boards around the state have this? Is this like a possible Learn Everywhere program? I just love it.
I'm not getting any credit for it. I could, if I wanted to, I could go through the ELO, so Extended Learning Opportunity.
Okay.
I could get credit for that.
Which she has several ELO credits
Yeah,
already.
I
In case you wouldn't have guessed that.
I could definitely get that though, but I'm not at the moment, but I could.
And then how many
So it's about an hour to 2 hours twice a month, so
Okay.
probably like 2 to 4 hours a month, just for the meetings. But then I mean, preparing for the meetings, talking to students, that's
Yeah.
like a day-to-day thing, so,
Like everyday life.
yeah,
Okay,
right,
everyday-
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, for sure.
and Barrett, how many, do we have a number on?
So, the statute that was adopted a couple years ago requires every high school in the state to have at least one student school board member. So I believe there are 80 high schools in the state, if I'm not mistaken. Many, if not most of the schools, the high schools have more than one student representative.
Okay.
They do that for a couple of practical reasons. One, it's not necessarily fair to ask one kid to make every single meeting when they're got extracurricular activities, maybe working a part-time job or whatever the case may be. But we've also seen, the last couple of years, and I did not know that it was open to freshmen and which is fantastic, it should be open to anybody. A lot of school boards will have, a junior and a senior.
Okay.
So the junior is kind of prepping, getting used to it, and then when that senior graduates, that junior then moves into the role, has been mentored for a year, has been, attending school board meetings for a year, so when they come into it in September of their senior year, they've already got some familiarity with how the process works, how the board meeting works, what the topics are that the board's going to be discussing, so on and so forth. So again, I don't know the breakdown statewide, but my understanding is most of the boards that are doing this have two representatives. And obviously, excuse me, Manchester with the 3 high schools, and 4th, if you wanna count the tech center, I think they have maybe 5, 7, maybe even 8 that I think they rotate through the meetings, depending on who's available and, as I said, the other commitments and obligations that the kid may have.
Thanks so much, I appreciate that.
Yeah, so this is a picture of the kind of budget exercise I got to do at the training. So we split the room into 2 different sections. The front half of the room all work together, the back half of the room all work together. And little did we know that we both got 2 different pieces of paper. We thought we had the same piece of paper, but us in the back, we had our funding menu, as they called it, and we had 90 points to play this game. The group in the front had 120 points. And so we, are required to pay for special education costs as a school district, so that automatically takes 25 points out of your menu. And then, on a scale of 40 to 65 points, you could pay your teachers anywhere from the low 40 range of salary to the high 65 range. And it was like transportation, only 8 points for a 60-minute crowded bus ride, or you could, do 15 points and you get a 30-minute ride with no crowding. And so you just go down, technology, AP classes, sports teams, world languages, like all of those would take points. But if you made your class sizes bigger, then you could get some extra points. And so it was a lot of give and take. And that was probably one of the hardest games I think I've ever had to play. We ended up with kind of bad pay for our teachers, horrible transportation, old lab supplies, just to also be able to have world languages and sports teams and a theater program and Chromebooks. And then the group in the front, they were saying they paid their teachers way up on the 65-point range. They had great transportation. And we were like, how did you get that? And they said, well, how did you not get that? And then that's when we learned that we had 2 different points to start out with.
Welcome
And
to the
so-
real world.
Right, yes.
It's a better exercise.
It's not a game.
Exactly.
Did you do that, Barrett? Did you put that exercise together?
No, it was, the Fair Funding Project,
Okay.
asked us to present, and one of the, individuals that, presented for them, is one parent and 2 school board members as well too. And more than anything, it was an interesting exercise for, and we were doing this in December when school boards are going through budget season, right? Identifying the tough challenges that school boards have to make in order to provide services and programming to children. And I think that was the, having seen that for the first time, I thought that was, from a school board perspective, was the most interesting takeaway, to let the kids see and let the students see the real challenges that school boards have to make, balancing the needs of their taxpayers with programming for students.
And the people who presented that to us, so Fair Funding Project, offered to come to all of our schools, gave us their contact info and said, we will do this exercise with your civics class or with your, whatever class to educate students on how the funding works for schools. So I hopefully want to bring that to my school for this spring and talk to, the social studies teachers, because that exercise was very helpful, putting things into perspective for what school boards have to do for the budget. So, yeah, impact of this role and why it matters. Being a student school board representative, you get personal growth, so I've had, improved leadership. I'm not scared of speaking to people anymore for the most part. I've gotten better advocacy skills, bridging the gap between students and again, that leadership role. It relates to my future aspirations to pursue in public service and governance. And I would say that the most rewarding part is knowing that I'm giving a voice to my peers. So common themes for school board student representatives. It's kind of difficult sometimes to balance school responsibilities and board commitments, like was mentioned, why some schools have two to sort of make that easier. But it's awesome because as we were talking at this training, we all, have this shared passion for advocacy and representation, and we loved the training in the, understanding the budget and communication, and we got to understand how policy works even more, which was amazing. Skills for success for a student school board rep. Definitely communication and teamwork to be able to, again, articulate those student needs clearly with my chicken patty story. But time management, balancing academics and representative roles, and then problem solving and contributing to those meaningful discussions and solutions in board meetings. So looking ahead as to how this role shapes the future, it gives people a broader understanding of education policy and governance. I've learned a lot from this role. Again, it's applicable to leadership roles in the future. You get increased confidence in public speaking and advocacy, and then I have been inspired to continue to make an impact in my community and beyond. So I actually, at my school, have this thing called the senior project, which is a required half credit when you're a senior. And so you have to write a 6 to 8 page research paper and make a 10-minute presentation and a product of your choice. And every single senior has to do this. So I took my experience as the student school board rep and connected it to my senior project because I got the government experience in policymaking, how the decisions work, and this role built my confidence. So my senior project was advocating for child welfare in New Hampshire by addressing the gaps in the child abuse laws related to substance exposure. So I worked with representatives and police chiefs and policymakers to draft a legislative service request, which is LSR number 25-0729, that will hopefully turn into a bill soon, to include all controlled substances in the current RSA instead of just methamphetamine relating to child welfare. Yeah.
So, that's my one side.
That's your one side.
So our selection process, we've actually had a student board rep over a decade before even the RSA went into effect. But when the RSA went into effect, we kind of honed the process. In the past, they had several different ways where student council would send someone from student council to represent, and then when there was a student staff senate created, student staff senate would create something, and when would send somebody. When the RSA was passed, that says there is something around it. The student government shall create a way for an election or an appointment. We gave it to our student staff senate to write, and the procedure they came up with is during the spring elections every year when they have class elections, that students can put their name on the ballot if they're interested in serving as the school board rep. So the top 3 votes then go to a selection process through the principal and the outgoing student rep for an interview process, and of those final 3, that interview panel chooses. So.
Any other questions?
What are your aspirations?
Ooh, I want to do something in international relations and political science. So I don't have like a dream job per se, but like that's the realm that I want to go into. I always have wanted to also be the first female president, so we'll see. We'll see if I get that. But who knows? That's
It's still
my
open.
Yes, exactly, exactly. So maybe that's me. I can run in 2040. I've already planned this all out. So that's like, I guess that's the dream. But something in international relations. I want to be able to travel, work in government, so that sort of thing.
Well, when you get there, just don't forget about us.
I love her.
I was
From New
actually
Hampshire.
promised an ambassadorship.
Yes, I did say to do that. Yes.
That's,
I just
that would do a lot better than than some of the other ambassador picks that have been made.
Just a comment, one piece I heard was, talk about budget and all that, and in those decisions that boards make, and as a former board member of a local school district, you have to make those decisions. But another important piece to realize is that when those tough decisions are made, the gentleman to your left has to execute that. And superintendents have a very difficult, sometimes in a difficult position of having to sort all through that, because again, they're the executor of that along with their team, transportation, food service, teachers. So that's another dynamic piece of the role that I think everybody needs to be mindful of. When you look at the superintendent services in the statute, what is covered, and it's a lot.
Yes.
So the other piece is that the high school my son attended, they had a student rep, and he went on very shortly after to become a state representative.
That's awesome.
He's now the chair of that school board.
That's cool. Yep, that could also happen. Who knows?
We actually have at Newfound, we have a former student school board rep who also went on to the legislature in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
In his 20s.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Thank
That was
you.
great.
Thank you.
Any other
That was
questions?
helpful.
Yeah. Good luck, Tess.
Thank
You're gonna go far for sure.
First female president from New
Wait, I
Hampshire.
have a question. Barrett, this is probably a question for you, just for the board, because I don't know that a lot of people follow this. The statute, the student members are not voting members, right? Is that?
Correct. Student members, by law, are not voting members, basically because they're not elected officials, which makes sense. So they don't vote on matters, and they're not allowed to enter non-public session. As you can imagine, we're dealing with very sensitive issues, which is why boards go into non-public session. Many boards, though, have adopted the practice of having the student school board member voice their vote, and then that is recorded in the minutes. So if anybody wanted to know how Tess voted on a particular issue, they can watch the video or it's in perpetuity in the minutes.
All right, great. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody feeling inspired today? I'm ready to go. That's great. All right, so next on our agenda is hearing. Typically we do these, is it here? Do we have any representatives on Leaf Charter School hearing? I didn't get that anybody was coming.
I didn't either, so I just reached out just to confirm and I haven't heard back, but is there anybody here for the hearing?
For Leaf Charter School?
Do you want me to check?
Yeah, if you don't mind, but I
If you
would
don't mind
think
just
that
popping
they.
back there. I don't think anybody's here for it, but
I don't
in which
think
case
so.
we would need to go into non-public session.
Correct.
Or for the parent.
For the what?
Yeah, for the Leaf Charter School, because the
For
parent.
the lead charter school.
There's an email correspondence from the parent saying she's not coming because she has COVID.
Excellent, I didn't catch that, maybe you didn't.
Just in the last couple of minutes that came through.
Oh my goodness, okay, thank you. Okay. All right, so no need to go to non-public. Do we have any, since we're not gonna have folks here, any thoughts on the discussion of the recommendation that we got from the hearing officer?
I have some concerns. I don't know that the full breadth of the case was reviewed in the depth that it should. There are aspects that were not really covered.
There was an important aspect in the coverage, which was the full aspect. That is the house.
Okay. Yeah, I think so too. I don't wanna have us get into depth of conversation here since we don't have, since we're in public, but I don't think we have to make a decision on what we're gonna do with this. If anybody wants to make a motion or suggestion.
So, I mean, I would suggest that we remand it back to the hearing officer to have a complete finding on whether or not bullying actually
move that.
I would add to that, and recommend, make a recommendation on the requested remedy.
Yes.
For voting.
I will accept that from him.
Okay, so that's moved. Do we have a second?
Yes.
Second from Ann, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, all in favor, abstaining? All right, thanks, guys.
Chair, the only thing I voted for regretfully because, the timeline that we were going on.
Yeah,
So that's,
100% agree. I think,
the duration of this is,
we've had some conversations about the length of time that it takes to get these to us, and I think we need to have some more conversations about that. This was, to me, it's unacceptably long amount of time.
from a child's perspective, it's, the duration is
Yeah.
sometimes simple.
Yeah. Even if it, like, even if there's really nothing, like, nothing bad actually happened, you still want to resolve these cases in a much more timely manner. I think we do.
Students' closure.
Yeah.
The school needs, like, everybody needs closure in this, and I think that's just, it ebbs and flows. Sometimes these things get to us much faster than this, but this was a long time. I think we need to work on speeding up that process again. Okay. UNH.
Chair, two of the representatives are not yet here.
Okay, we're moving along so quickly. I'm surprised you want to hold it for a little bit.
Could we,
Absolutely.
please?
Yep.
I know one of them will definitely be here at 10:30.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Normally that last hearing would
They
have
wouldn't
taken.
be here virtually, right? They wouldn't, no.
No,
okay, they
well,
wouldn't.
and usually with hearings,
We're flying through this meeting already, so, that's not a problem at all. Let's move on to the Lisbon Withdrawal Study Committee report. I'm gonna call that up. Do we have anybody here from Lisbon? Or from the
Chris
committee?
Sanders should be here, I think. Oh my goodness.
Seven at the inauguration.
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody had to be here for that.
I thought it was pretty basic.
Yeah.
What's that?
Is our role at this point to accept or reject the report?
Yeah. Actually, it didn't come with a recommended, and I read it so long ago, I have to go back through. It's just, anybody read it more recently?
Yeah, I think that the community found that it was not in their best interest to maintain, staying,
Yeah.
based on, what is it, 4 or 5, 7 towns correctly.
Yeah.
And that they didn't find over the course of that opinion that they, that this was really occurred. So they're interested in having more control and being able to. They did acknowledge that this sprawl and starting their own SAU would be more costly in these initial years. But apparently, that committee that was founded to review that, didn't take issue with that.
The idea here is to put it in front of their voters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Correct. We accept and, we can accept and, I'm trying to look up the exact language, I can recall if it's recommend. Accept and recommend.
I think it's
Yes.
accept.
Don't forget to accept it,
Yeah,
yes.
maybe it's just accept.
I can look
We can
at
go
that.
back and look up the order from last month, if you don't
Oh,
mind.
let me go look at what the.
I should have had that down, I'm sorry.
But it's the proposal for the establishment of a single district administrative unit for Lisbon Regional School.
Similar situations in the past, we had sort of a pro and a con, like the
Yeah.
SAU would give their version, we don't
Yeah.
have that here.
No, it's just a straight up majority, report. It's approving, it's,
It's so that they can get in more article.
yeah, I just wanna make sure that we get our language right, if it approves or recommend, I just don't remember the statutory.
I think it might be an accept.
It's accept and, I think it's recommend. I just wanna make sure we get it right, I should have asked Jess before we came here.
So last month it was area agreements that we approved.
Yeah, that wasn't, yeah, it wasn't a
It wasn't,
withdrawal. I, let me go back to,
Right, it was 2 times ago.
let me look in November.
It may just be accept.
It may be, I just wanna make sure we get it right. We can hold it for a few minutes and go on, like, we don't need to.
It's a recommendation.
That's what I thought.
a recommendation to put it, allow the district to vote.
Put it on the
Not-
warrant
Yeah,
for.
we're accepting and
we're
recommending it, that it go to a vote, right, we're not,
Not that we're recommending.
Right.
exactly,
So there was
I found it to
two.
be very comprehensive.
yep. No, it was a very good plan, it was very well thought out. We've seen some that were,
There we go. The motion in November was
You rejected one and accepted the
accept
other.
and recommend the Unity School District as the withdrawal stand.
that's what I recall.
So it's accept and recommend.
Let's, I'm fine with that.
Yes. Accept and recommend the Lisbon Regional School District withdrawal study report and recommend that it be placed on the warrant.
Okay,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
All right. On Rivendell, Articles of Agreement amendments.
Backwards.
Let me check and see if she's online.
I
Jennifer's
think we can go
pretty.
backwards. We have a meeting with that.
For
For
your.
UNH.
For UNH.
Yeah, we can just, we can bang these out real quick, I guess, or I'm fine just going back.
Yeah, it's
I know, mine's not.
Voting is
Yeah, that's it.
internet.
Why don't we hold on to this, if UNH is here, we can go ahead and take them up.
Sure.
So they weren't here, they were just actually in the back working.
Okay, that's all right.
Making use of
I can use the
good
time.
time.
I get
So
it.
good morning, some new faces here. I'm Laura Stoneking, I'm the administrator for the Bureau of Ed Prep and Higher Ed here at the department within the Division of Ed Support and Higher Ed. To my left is Dr. Catherine McCurdy, who is the Director of Education and also faculty at UNH. She's also one of our Council for Teacher Ed chairs. To her left is Dr. Michelle Dillon, Dean of the College of Liberal Arts at UNH. And to her left is Dr. Tanya Sturts, Dean of Accreditation at Keene State College, another chair of the Council for Teacher Ed. So what you have before you today is, it's technically a substantive change, but the reason it's before you is because the change actually affects the terms of approval that the board had made on an approval of a PEP. If you rewind, this is one of the 5 PEPs that were approved a few years back. Under a substantive change, but were in reality new programs. The institution has opted to take a step back from those and close those out. One of which has candidates in the program. So there are 11 candidates that this may impact. which will require teach applicants. So with that, I turn it over to UNH. Tanya is here to answer any processes questions about the review, closeout, etc. UNH is here to answer any questions about UNH, and I can help answer any questions about the rules.
Great. So I guess I'll start with UNH, whichever one of you wants to take the question. Catherine, it's you. Can you just walk us through your decision making about how this came? I know you had some enrollment in there. So just like, what was your process to get to this point?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Chairman Klein. So over the past year, UNH has been very fortunate to work very closely with Laura and the department. I think really focusing in on strengthening a lot of systems, not just for these particular programs, but across all of our PEPs at the bachelor's level, the master's level. And I think a lot of these conversations really highlighted that we have a history of success of doing within our masters and a lot of our programs. And I think really wanting to double down on those, really wanting to do what we have historically done really well. And I think it was really a question of resources and energy and effort, and starting a new program, a new PEP, especially at a different level, where most of our programs historically have been at the master's level. Really thinking about what that means as an undergraduate has just taken an incredible amount of effort, and I think kind of at the cost of then some other PEPs, so our decision, I think, really came from wanting to make sure that we were serving our students the best, and ultimately the state, and that if there were questions of where we wanted to put our efforts and really wanted to put our energy, I think it was, and again, it is never easy for an institution to eliminate a PEP, but I think the reality is that we have limited resources as any institution and as any agency does, and so really where are those resources going to go? And so I think for us it was really an analysis of, and again, this has been in a lot of conversations with the department, and very, very grateful for those. But where are we doing well, and where can we continue to do well? We did not want to sacrifice quality of our graduates, because that of course impacts our K-12 students, and that is not what we wanted. And so it really, honestly, it came down to what are our resources and where do we believe that those are best going to be.
Right. So is it, when UNH came to us to start this program, I think part of the pitch was, we have this really excellent master's program, we understand the cost issues for students, so we'd really like to do a bachelor's degree program, because that will allow, we want to have that surface at the bachelor's level. And I think the board was kind of enthusiastic about that. Was it cost issues, resource issues, interest from students? I mean, it's hard to generate it. I know there's lots of moving parts and factors in the college. So can you just, what was the enrollment in the program like? I mean, in both the DEI half, and then can you talk a little bit about the dual major part? It looks like that never really got off the ground.
Yes, I can start, and then Michelle, maybe you can join in. I think that there was definitely interest on the part of undergraduates. I think that still the number of requirements for elementary education alone, and especially when we were thinking about in the BA that had the integrated license, or the dual major that did require the primary major and then licensure courses on top of that, I think that it became a very cumbersome degree. Not impossible, but more than the 128 credits that most students would experience. I think the other component that happened sort of in the midst of the substantive change and where we are today is that UNH and Granite State College merged, and what that has afforded then to UNH students kind of at large is that now the College of Professional Studies Online has wonderful programs, many of them offered at the bachelor's level, and so there was also, we wanted to be mindful that we weren't competing within.
Right.
And so even though we are opting to eliminate these particular programs, at UNH itself, there are still options for students to pursue elementary special education at the baccalaureate level. So that, and it was, I would also think about this as very similar to our decision where the Masters of Early Childhood Education recently closed, but our students still have options to become early childhood educators both at College of Professional Studies and at UNH in other capacities. So I do think that that was part of the other calculus, was looking within our institution, but also we've done a lot of work with Keene State College and Plymouth State, and thinking, I think, strategically across the state institutions to think about, with, again, the resources that we have, what is Keene State able to offer, what is Plymouth State, et cetera.
I just think that that's something that we've had discussions with them and you guys about, is like, how do you best serve the students without duplicating things? At some point, it becomes really inefficient. Dylan, did you want to answer
Yes,
this?
well, thank you for the opportunity,
Sure.
Chairman Klein, and very grateful, and as Catherine said, very grateful to Laura Stoney and our colleagues in the department for all their help over the last several months and over the many years. And as you mentioned, the initial intention was to have a 4-year program that was more affordable for students, and we were very clear about that. It came out of the intention of often talking to students who came for open houses, prospective students who weren't looking necessarily to go to Keene or to Plymouth, but who were wondering what were their options at UNH because they wanted a larger university setting. And so we had a lot of student interest and certainly lots of applicants, so that did actually eventuate. But I think it was we really simply didn't have sufficient resources to actually do all that one needs to do at the 4-year level. I think, and I would take full responsibility as dean who pushed this, and the faculty and staff did a tremendous amount of work to make it happen. But I think it's really not fully having, it coincided with a lot of staff turnover. Partly that was, coincided with COVID, and we had a retirement incentive for staff and faculty, and education disproportionately lost some really key people. That then, because it was a hiring freeze, we were in a bind. So that's not an excuse as such, but it was bad timing.
Yeah.
But having put aside all of that, I think we're always reassessing and looking at budgets and priorities, and looking certainly greater impetus for the last few years on trying to have more collaboration, as we did actually with our languages, for example, during COVID, but also with education. And as Catherine mentioned, the merger, which sort of happened relatively quickly, which wasn't on our radar back when we were initially talking about the 4-year program and moving it forward. The merger with Granite State, with now the College for Professional Studies, which really has opened up a huge amount of opportunity for our students. I know currently their demographic is a bit different, certainly than our more sort of traditional age student, but there's a lot of potential there, and we're excited about the opportunities that will offer for top level education.
I wonder if you could speak to, I know we had some confusion early on, and I'm not sure, Dina, you were actually there at this point in these discussions about the DEI program and how much, so when we were pitched the initial program, we were told that it would be the same graduate level courses structured for undergraduate with a handful of DEI courses tacked on. And then we found that the UNH site was advertising it as DEI was infused throughout every single course from start to finish, and that it was an ideological fabric woven into each individual course. And so there was some confusion over what actually was the DEI component of that major. Can you just speak to that? How did that actually get settled?
Sure. Well, I think probably the whole language of DEI, that becomes a sort of a shorthand for all kinds of things.
Yeah.
Going back to the original conversations, and the whole goal, or part of the goal, was inclusion in the classroom. Right? And as the faculty were very clear, no matter what classroom you're in today, whether it's in Falls County, whether it's in Manchester, whatever state you're in, there's such a diversity of student population in terms of special needs, backgrounds, preparedness. So it was a broad understanding of inclusion, which of course during those last few years also got intertwined for understandable reasons with words like equity, diversity. And I know that has political implications and a political touch point that you know, in retrospect and at the time, sort of overshadowed some of the true goal of the program, which was really to prepare good teachers for the future needs of this state and the US more generally, or the region more generally. But a lot, I don't know where you're, what specific language you're recognizing about ideological infusion.
Yeah.
We don't infuse ideology, I would say, personally speaking, and having been on the faculty myself, not in education, but in sociology for many years. It's really a scientific approach to using the research that's available on all kinds of issues and educating your students to be aware of the various empirical data on things. And so we already had a lot of courses on, you know, issues in classroom teaching and dealing with diversity in the classrooms. Those were already part of Catherine.
So I would say one of the very big efforts and the pushes that we've really done over the past several months, but year, I think, is taking a really hard look at syllabi, particularly within elementary education, and knowing that the Professional Standards Board is in the midst of working on new standards for elementary education. We wanted to make sure really that our courses were mapped fully onto the standards as approved by the state board. So I think that for the work that I have been leading our faculty over the past few months, that is our starting point, and that is our map, is what is it that the elementary education, in particular, and I think of just elementary education because that is what these programs were explicitly connected to, but we've really tried to make sure that the courses are reflective of what is approved, but also, again, and this is in very helpful conjunction with the Bureau of Credentialing and the PSB, the department helping, knowing changes that are coming, we're also trying to be flexible and anticipate what changes might be in literacy or mathematics and fluency. So I would say that our focus is on how are we mapping what we are to do at the institutional level to those standards. And so I think to echo Dean Dillon, any superfluous, I think, information or whatever the case may be, we're really trying to make sure that first and foremost, it is what is being expected of us from our state standards and administrative rules.
Sure. I guess my question, another way to ask it would be, so the major was education studies, DEI. What about the major made it hide from DEI instead of just education studies? I guess that would be
Yes, and I think that my interpretation and sort of coming in, I think, as the program was being developed but then implemented, the additional requirements of courses, I think, is really what made the flavor of that DEI. I think looking at pedagogy courses such as teaching mathematics to young children, I would not say that would have the infusion of a DEI component.
Yeah.
It would have the infusion of inclusivity. How do we teach to all of our students? But I think that for me, that I think is the divide. It was there were courses that were very clearly had objectives and were approved with a different sort of focus. Our elementary education focus is how are we teaching the administrative rules and state standards, and how are we reassessing, doing program improvement, continuous improvement to make sure that our students are best serving K-12 schools.
I'm just curious, Dean Dillon, nice to meet you. Thank you for coming. You mentioned with the recent UNH and Granite State collaboration that you are now reaching a less traditional student or a different student. Could you describe who that student is?
Well, yes, a lot of the students who are part of, or that in the past been part of what was Granite State are, many that are working part-time if not full-time. They have different expectations of education. If it's fully online, so they're not looking for the in-person residential campus experience, which we certainly celebrate and feel we do a very good job at. But at the same time, our four-year undergraduates are still typically within that 18 to 22 year age group. Many of those are interested in taking some online courses. So they want to be on campus and do all the things that people on campus do, and they definitely, and we want them to be in in-person classrooms, but sometimes it makes sense for them to take an online class, whether an online class offered by our own faculty or now through CPS. And in fact, this past summer, for years, long before COVID, UNH has been doing online summer courses and online J term during the winter break. And last summer, for the first time, it was possible for our students to register for a CPS online course rather than one within the UNH platform, if it met, the same criteria of whatever the particular course was. And there was some of our regular, what we might call our regular traditional age students, the 20-year-old, took the CPS equivalent of some of the classes we're offering because even though it was online, it may have had a different time frame, whether it was synchronous or asynchronous. So I think it's going to, the non-traditional population of CPS, I think that's always going to continue, and we hear so much these days, of course, of people getting retraining with AI and the changing world of work. That's always been a need, to have retraining and learning new things. So that's obviously going to, I think, put a lot more pressure on current 13, 14, 15, 60-year-olds and 70-year-olds who want to stay in the workforce, and the CPS can hugely valuable there, but also has tremendous amount of value for our own so-called traditional age population. And perhaps also to add, particularly in the world of education, with so much emphasis today on alternative licensing and different people coming in, that there's a shortage of teachers, particularly in some subjects rather than others, and how can we have professionals who come in who maybe in the world of engineering and now we need them to teach maths, but they need a certain amount of training. So how can we get that through UNH, either through our current graduate programs or through CPS? And I think we're all quite excited about the possibility.
I'm curious if with the merger, the collaboration, did the experience of the Granite State student change?
Well, I can't really answer that. I think because you can. I don't think it has, because I think,
Well,
I don't know. I mean,
They're still
doing
very separate programs. The coursework, there may be transportability with coursework, and I know there's still a lot of work being done with transfer credits. But UNH College of Professional Studies has their own approvals and their own processes because their structure is quite different than that of UNH Durham. I would add, this is kind of an offset with their focus on the graduate programs that they have been very well known for, that there is a lot of room for growth for UNH, especially with site-based licensure within that post-grad program that would allow many of their UNH undergrad candidates to obtain employment and simultaneously complete a site-based plan while doing their master's program at UNH, so they would be paid and could do their master's. So it would be a win-win both for the school, the candidate, and the institution. But that's a whole nother realm.
Thank you very much.
So,
Here, in removing this PEP, you mentioned that there is some, I wouldn't use the word redundancy, but there's some options for people from Granite State to go to. That's an avenue through UNH. And then the alliance or partnership with Keene, that they could do the same thing with Keene. One of the things that I had been vocal about, and it's truly admitted the last time we had talked to you about this particular PEP was, as we talked about, the infusion and mandating of DEI.
Jim, can I want you to continue. I have the actual language that was on their website. I just thought that was important to throw out there. It didn't use the word infusion, but this is what we pulled from your website in 22. The principles of equity, diversity, and inclusion are woven throughout every course and field experience. So that's what you were presenting to prospective students. So go ahead.
And that, to me, I'm a big proponent of choice. And I liked and I proposed, and I think we all, several months ago, whenever we met, had encouraged the two to be disconnected so students would have a choice. My ask, though, is with the programs that, with the removal of this, with the programs that the students now have available through Granite State or through Keene. Can you speak to those two? Are there any mandated DEI with those?
So I wanted to say that, even when we did have, it was EDI, so it's equity, there's the principles of equity, diversity, inclusion. So to me, and I'm very, take this very seriously, I really believe that education is to educate people, it's not to indoctrinate, and, that's the bottom line, but you have to educate people for the realities that they're currently engaging with, but also for the long term. So I think the inclusion was, as I say, for teachers, our young students to recognize, that's in the context of UNH, but if they go to a rural community, the students presenting in, up in Gorham are going to be somewhat different perhaps than even the students in Durham, right?
Let me repeat what I
So
said.
so I really want
I'm
this to be
not
clear.
discounting
Yeah,
any particular
So-
program.
so
I
then
think
the
it
most
should be
choice.
offered
Yes,
as a choice.
yes.
But to mandate and infuse where someone has no other choice
But it wasn't
in getting
mandated.
there, my ask is, with the options available today,
Right.
with this being removed, do the students have are they, to be credentialed, will they have to take that as part?
No, that's
No,
choice.
no.
And
no,
the
this-
Keene State and Plymouth and the CPS, all of those programs are reviewed independently and approved, and I know that Keene State, I can speak for it, we just went through ours, and Plymouth will be coming up with their own. None of our programs have changed, but what has changed in the past, I would say year and a half, is that we actually asked our provost to allow us to work more closely together. And so now Catherine, myself, and Brian from Plymouth, and Kate from CPS, we meet all the time and find ways to work and collaborate and support the needs of the state.
But the word mandate,
Yeah.
I just want to, not to persevere too much, but we have a lot of requirements in any university about what you expect students to do. But students come in, hopefully we advise them and we educate them to recognize this is what's entailed if you're taking this major. We're not mandating that they have to do it, and we still, as we will emphasize, students could still come and do the 4-year program and then do the 5th-year program and do it differently. So it wasn't I find the word mandate to me was a little strong, so that's, I would feel that there still was a lot of choice.
And just to go back, that concern was why we
Yes. Yeah, I understand.
insisted that you do the double major as well, so
Yes.
kids would have an option. But can you just really quickly, I don't wanna get
Sorry.
too, no, that's all, you're great.
Yeah.
The double major option, so no, did that ever get off the ground? That never got started at Houston?
It got started more slowly, but I believe that there was interest. I think that and this is just anecdotally, in speaking with students, because the dual major required a primary major, what I found in speaking with students is that they were, I think, going back and forth between would I like to become a licensed teacher at the undergraduate level, or do I want to continue with the master's? And so I think that particular population wrestled a little bit more with the undergraduate versus graduate choice than I saw some other students. I think that the appreciation of the dual major is that it did allow for a focus, for example, on elementary education versus more of an integrated. But again, then I think, and thinking of and it's a very small group of students, because they were excited about whatever the primary major was, many of them are continuing in education, but have decided to do it through the master's program.
So just to be clear, because I don't think we really got this feedback at the board level, so I'm just trying to understand. So that education studies dual major option was actually enrollable, like kids could
Yes.
do it.
Yes.
At what point? What year was or month? Or what fall of 22, 23?
Yes, it was upon approval.
Yes.
Okay.
It was through our system where students declare and or apply for majors.
Gotcha.
It was listed as a major.
So-
The tricky part, sorry.
No, go ahead.
The tricky part is because it was related to a PEP, it was not something that students could just enroll in
Right.
because there needed to be the application process.
Right.
but it was an option that could be then added to a transcript.
Okay, so that was an available
Yes.
option.
Yes.
My second question, I don't get to you a second. Were there any actual people involved in that?
Not in the dual major, no.
So, and that's a very pragmatic question. There's 11 people inside of this right now. I know the proposal is for a teach out for them. The chair just read from the website, like, are there people who are like applying to or been accepted into this program, or has that been, like, that would be starting in the fall or no?
The pipeline has been shut.
Okay, the pipeline's been shut down.
Sorry, for lack of a better way to say that.
No, it's perfect. That's exactly, that makes sense.
Pragmatic is that we have 11 students who have been matriculated. The cutoff point is, for us, have they gone through the application process and then been entered into the educator information system database? All of the other students who were beginning and had shown interest, but again were not part of had not gone through the application. We have worked with all of those students to find other avenues that either, and again, I think the population of, sort of the freshmen and sophomores is, I think it's 40 or 50% end up sort of changing a major. So these were students who had indicated an interest in education, and we're still following them, and whether that's an interest in, I want to do early childhood through another department, if I would like to pursue with the College of Professional Studies, if I would like to continue with the master's program. So the pipeline for teacher education has not been shut down, but the first and second year students will not apply to these paths.
So, that's following me. So we unfortunately have a lot of actions on elimination of PEPs as of late, like over the last few years. But generally those are ones that have been around for a while, and just it's like the cause is always enrollment, right?
Yes.
Like, I mean, I don't say always, but like generally it's like low enrollment. That this is fairly new. What can we learn from your experience as a board, as other new PEPs come before us, to ensure that we're asking the right questions to ensure that
I would add this is also very nuanced because this ended up being approved and as a substantive change, and it really should not have been approved as a substantive change. It should have gone through a full review process,
okay.
which may have identified some of these things prior to launching. Just as a caveat, I would also add, ironically, we're seeing more proposals than you would expect at this time.
Okay.
So
then this question even has more gravitas than to me.
And I would also add, you may see 2 institutions coming into the group in New Hampshire very soon.
So,
Two new institutions
so again,
that
like,
aren't part of this.
so I agree with the
So-
substantive change, so maybe our process, the department's process would have sort of vetted out some of the challenges, but like, real quick, I know we've been talking.
Yeah, so
Like,
I would
core
just add that.
learnings maybe that we could take away of like, hey, like here are things that we did not anticipate that are causing us now to say that eliminate this.
Well, it's difficult because, from the university and the faculty's point of view, everyone's trying to be entrepreneurial.
Yeah,
And
right.
everyone says, so then, they'll say, a lot of students come up to me today and they wonder, do we have a teacher ed program in dance or in psychology or whatever? And so then even in majors that have very large enrollments, they say, maybe we should be doing this, because everyone wants to get an edge. And so I think that's what you see happening. So even when you do your market analytics, and they might give you some broader set of data points saying, yes, there is quite a lot of interest in this, but you really have to be very skeptical of some of those data and then dig deeper and say, who else is offering this? And I think what we're doing better, I think, at now is working across the USNH systems, and certainly then now there is a lot of work still to be done with CPS, but I think those conversations, absolutely, they've started. But, so there's only so much you can do to push back and to ask all those questions, but it really is coming from, I would say, positive intention, but as we know, sometimes good intentions are not necessarily always to be acted on.
Yeah.
Historically, what does the education pipeline look like today? And is it affected by these efforts to be more attractive or more entrepreneurial?
When you say educator pipeline, can you disaggregate that? Well, the only reason being, so historically, elementary education as a whole tends to have more candidates available than there are positions. That's very broad. 2, New Hampshire has not seen the quote-unquote educator shortage that other states have reported. And Steve Appleby, the director of our division, has shared that data quite vocally, and this past year's numbers was the second highest number of license renewals in the past 5 years. The year before, so we've seen high numbers of applications and high numbers of license renewals. What does that mean? It's not a license issue, it's not a candidate availability issue, so what does it mean? It boils down to, really, is it employment? Is it location? Is it living availability? You know,
And a decent
housing?
number of those.
So,
If I remember from Steve's presentation, and I don't have the exact, but a historically high percentage of those are coming in through the alternative pathways. Right? So
yeah, and that's why I said that this might be an opportunity for UNH to continue with that post-bac, but also maybe dovetail some candidates, you know, that have the capability to be able to manage a site base with their bachelor's degree. And there might be some candidates who need more, who aren't quite ready to launch in and be a teacher of record right away. But you know, New Hampshire is unique in the sense that there are benefits. You know, listening to the very well articulated young lady that was here. New Hampshire is unique. There are benefits to local control, and there are disadvantages. You know, I was some of the folks, the new folks here don't know me. I jokingly say I'm a recovering school administrator. You know, I was a school principal prior to coming here to the department. I was a principal for 3 years, assistant principal for 13 or 15 years, and then an intern principal before that. And I remember being in one of the lowest cost per pupil districts in the state, and we had amazing results with our student academics, but we were a training ground for teachers. And we would get new teachers in, we would train them, we would, you know, build them up with this amazing professional development, and they were not paid much, and within the first 3 to 5 years, they would rotate out and go to higher paying districts. And we dealt with that year after year after year. You know, even within the same SAU, still to this day, we lost amazing, competent, highly efficient, effective teachers to the next town over in the same SAU who were getting paid $12,000 more. Different school board, same school administrative unit, and getting paid, you know, thousands more per month one town over. You know, so it's not a teacher shortage, it's really, it's an employment issue. Just from the information that I've seen and the data that I've seen. So, I didn't mean to derail, but hopefully that answers your question. Do we have shortages? Yes, we have shortages still, and as we have historically. Special education, should we absolutely, and this is, I'm putting my school administrator hat on, sorry. Should we do things differently? Yeah, I think collective bargaining units should absolutely do things differently for their special educators than they do for your classroom teachers. They have a different job role, they have different job responsibilities. You've got shortages there, do something different. We have shortages with science and tech. And demographically, up north.
Well, and I think one of the things that Steve has alerted us to is the distribution, the imbalance. So whether it's across various PEPs or geographic locations, and I think to your question about sort of pipeline, I think there's a lot of competing priorities from institutions, and we personally, I do think, are seeing that this is also at our USNH currently are employed, but needing to meet either the professional educator standards or content standards. And teacher education is changing, and we're trying, I think, to be nimble and flexible, but that's, the question is sort of, again, kind of the resource and what is it that our state and our students need? And so I think in order for us to be nimble and flexible, we had to make some hard choices. But I do think that, again, we're seeing just an uptick in the number of individuals who are fully employed, are supported, and that, maybe it's more, how can we help, and there have been lots of efforts that we've done collaboratively across the institutions to try, whether it's be non-credit bearing or non-course, but having still high quality professional learning experiences for individuals who are working with our K-12 students.
And I was gonna say, and we did work with the DU, with Bill Ross, and the Department of Ed, that trying to find ways to meet the professional standards for those going in, but also encouraging them to be connected to one of our institutions to finish their degrees, so they are truly prepared, because we also know if they don't have those levels of support and guidance, their retention drops. And we want not just only quality teachers, but quality teachers that stay. And we're trying to find ways that we can support this, but also encourage them to go to one of the USNH schools to complete it. And if you think about it geographically, we do support across our institutions the state, and we're trying to really build that as a collaboration.
And one of the things I've said, with NHTI's model, which has long been a model for the site-based plans, because that's their entire ed prep program, is supporting site-based candidates, is in essence, they have double the support. They have the school and the district that's supporting the site-based plan, and then they also have the institutional, so they've got parallel, mentorship, for a candidate 2 to 3 years out, so.
Sorry, a couple quick questions. Where are you guys on criminal background checks? Is that, for UNH, I know I vaguely remember there being some backlog or something with criminal background checks. I could be off, but, okay, maybe that's good. Maybe you can answer that, Steve. Maybe I'm off.
Backlog?
Backlog, something like that.
I think there was some
For the students.
disagreement, but
It wasn't a backlog,
Okay.
it
I got
was non-completion.
Non-completion of background checks. Okay.
Some of the work that they alluded to that has been happening behind the scenes, is the systems, their structure, their internal structure with ensuring that candidates are meeting
Yep.
some benchmarks, and part of those benchmarks include the criminal history records check, includes meeting basic academic skills assessments, and making sure that those are documented and also evidence in the educator information system, which is our system here, which eventually candidates use to apply for their license. And so what wasn't getting done is now getting done.
Okay,
Because
so it's now happening.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Great.
I mean, I think part of the structural challenge within UNH is that we don't have a school of education, so education prep is happening in the College of Liberal Arts, happening in HHS, Health and Human Services, and in engineering and physical sciences, and so that's, you can imagine that opens up possibilities of lack of communication, but for the last several months, the provost office has been working to coordinate, and in fact Catherine's role has been changed quite not dramatically, but it's always expanding. But you have to be coordinating across the colleges rather than just for the College of Liberal Arts, so among other things. So I think there's a full team of people working from the provost office across the university, making sure, and with CPS, to make sure that everything is being done right.
And I'm just gonna say, as a graduated principal also, we rely on those background checks when kids are doing clinical experiences.
Certainly, yes.
And so
Yes.
that can be a number one priority.
Oh, absolutely. There was, I think, 1 or 2 instances that somehow fell through the cracks. Beyond background checks and education, we are doing a lot more in general with our clinical internships, not just in schools, but across all kinds of sites. So we've really put a lot of investment into that in the last 2 years. Yeah. Thank you.
Anybody else have questions?
I'm just trying to understand what's happening with the 11 students. I'm just taking it from the lens of a student. They come in, they apply for this, getting an educational licensure for this PEP. What exactly is going to happen to them? And maybe you said that, but I didn't quite hear it clearly. Are they still going to get this licensure? And if so, how is that going to occur?
So completion of the program doesn't necessarily guarantee the state license. They still have to meet state requirements. So I just wanna make sure that that's understood. For example,
I'm talking about in particular
Yeah.
program.
so they have to complete the program and they have to meet, the state requirements, for example, content testing.
Yes.
That may impede them. They have to complete the application. They have to complete background checks. So the teach out plans, so about a year and a half ago, we updated our administrative rules to include the requirement of the teach out plans to ensure just that. Because programs were getting closed and there was no, surety for candidates, to make sure that they were covered or thought of, or that there was a plan in place. So as part of this elimination, anytime there's a closure of program, it is incumbent on the institution to submit every course that the candidate needs to have, every licensure requirement that they need, that we provide the template and the information they need to submit. The institution submits it, then we document it in their account in the EIS system. And that way, if something pops up or the candidate comes back after that, the closure of the account, of the program, you know, for example, we had several programs close, say at Southern New Hampshire University. 3 years later, a candidate comes back and says, well, I completed the program. You know, we can pull up and say, oh, it says here you needed to have this class, this class, this class, and this class, and you were provided the information and the notification. You had to have it done by this date. Like, it outlines all of the work and the requirements that need to be done before the closure and, the close of the program, so.
And I can piggyback on that. So as part of the teach out plans, the 11 candidates will still receive full advising support, will still receive regular communication about all of the licensing requirements, for example, the content testing, additional background check as part of any clinical experiences, support with if they're still needing a culminating clinical experience, help facilitating that process and that placement process. So the experience on the part of the student, the 11 students who are matriculated into the program will remain essentially as planned. The difference is the students who may have shown interest, but then the change would be the change in the closure date when then UNH could recommend as program completers. So the 11 students will still be able to complete the degree, and then as Laura said, as upon any completion of the licensing requirements, would still be able to be recommended as a PEP program completer. And then of course it's incumbent upon them to apply for the licensing. Does that?
And all these programs and numbers, et cetera, all these numbers also get reported federally to the US Department of Ed, so.
And just to be clear, it's just making sure, because in the past, we always weren't always clear. So we're ending the PEP program approval for this, and you guys are ending the major, so there's not gonna be an educational studies major, is that right? Or
No.
Okay.
So the major will still continue for individuals who, but it is not in any way going to be associated with a PEP. So and I would say the dual major in educational studies has quite a bit of enrollment. Many students do not opt to become classroom teachers, but so that is enrolled, and it is so both of these degrees will still exist.
Gotcha.
But
So just to, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but just to be clear, based on what we said before, so you actually have students majoring in education studies dual enrollment, so they're doing a major and but they're not opting for the certification.
Oh,
teaching
yes,
that.
sure, yes.
Gotcha.
Yes, I
So-
apologize for that.
No, that just,
Yeah.
that's fine, I just wanna make sure we're all clear, that's why I asked. And then for the Education Studies DEI, we're teaching out these kids, these 11. Aside from them, you're keeping that major as well, and there will be kids coming into that, or no? I'm
So,
just trying to
yes, we have reworked the major itself, to, I think, and I think this was part of your question, to really decouple, the DEI component with the major in education itself. So the focus is now, I would say, much more on, foundational, history, philosophy, et cetera. So students can still come to UNH and major in a Bachelor of Arts in Education.
Gotcha,
and-
okay.
and graduate. They would then need to decide if they wanted to continue as part of a master's program or for teacher education or pursue another line.
For
another
certification, I get that,
Yes.
but in terms of branding, because this was a branded program as Education Studies DEI, that's gone now as a branded
Yes, and it's,
marketed program?
yes, it's BA Education Studies.
Yes.
Gotcha, so it's just gonna be the BA Education
And
Studies?
that's what we had many years ago, and many people take that with no interest at all in teaching.
Gotcha, okay, just,
Yes,
I wanted to
it's
make sure we were all clear,
complicated.
because in the past, we haven't always been, so understood, thank you for that. Alright.
I move that the State Board of Education approve the elimination for the elementary education ESOL teacher path at the Bachelor of Art, Equity, Diversity, Inclusion level effective 1/31/2027. A submission of a teach-out plan for the respective 11 enrolled candidates shall be submitted to the department within 90 days of board approval.
Second. All in favor? Alright. Thanks for coming, Dave.
Thank you very
Appreciate it.
much, no, thank you all very much for all your
Thanks,
work.
Captain.
Thank you, Catherine, nice to meet you.
Thank you, and best wishes for the year.
Thanks, good to see you guys.
So which hat are you wearing now?
Which one would you like?
I liked all of them.
Alright.
I'd like the retirement hat. Can you help me with that one?
No.
So we are back to Rivendell.
And Jennifer is here.
Oh, great. Did you wanna speak? Jennifer, I'm not gonna try the last name, because I don't think.
Do you want me to come and present?
If you, maybe just a little, I don't think we need a whole lot, but
We're skipping Lisbon.
we.
Oh, we already did.
We did
We did Lisbon, before UNH, we snuck it in there.
I tell you, the weather coming through the notch from coming Knox was a little blustery.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jen Bosser-George. I'm serving as the superintendent of Rivendell Interstate School District, which
Great.
is about 400 students. It's 3 buildings. It comprises of 3 Vermont towns, 1 New Hampshire town, Orford, Westshire, Westshire is the name of the elementary school, Orford, Fairleigh, West Fairleigh, and Vershire. We're one of 4 interstate school districts in the country. The other is, in our region, is Dresden, which is Hanover, Norwich, and then one is out in Colorado, Utah, and then one is in Indiana, Ohio. Right now, we have all of our articles are voted for from the floor of an annual meeting, which happens in March, except for the election of officers. And the electorate this past year had 300 plus people at our 2 annual meetings, and they were asking to have the election of the vote for the financial budget be Australian ballot. So what you see in your packet, starting at page 46, is a memo which describes our district and it describes the steps we've taken. And then if you, in your packet on page 56 are the articles of agreement and how to amend it. We are following the steps. We've warned every meeting. We have met with the State Board of Ed in Vermont, and they have approved it. So here I am to you to entertain a motion or answer any questions.
Great. No, I think it's all good.
Yeah.
Questions? My only question is, did Rivendell name come after Lord of the Rings? See Lord of the Rings.
So the district is about 25 years
Okay,
old,
so-
and I would believe that the people who founded it came up with the name because they were all fans.
That's what I like to, that's what I like to believe. No, it's, yeah, I think he invented the name, so, I would be surprised if it it's, it predated the book. That's very cool. All right.
All right.
And can I just give a shout out to Angela, she's been
Please.
amazing. So if you don't appreciate her, you need to.
Angela is
Well, we
amazing.
do.
Me too,
Are,
we love Angela.
Are students required to read any Tolkien? I mean, it's a Rivendell school district, I would make that a requirement, and I think that would be missed opportunity if not. All right,
I make a motion that the State Board of Education approve the requested Rivendell Interstate District Articles of Agreement Amendment.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you for driving down.
You're very welcome, thank you.
Safe travel.
Safe
back.
travels, yeah.
Okay.
If I drive, you know this.
Yeah. Yes, Lonnie. All right. Hey, Colin.
Good morning. For those of you, including myself, who need to remind me, my name's Dean Eckert. I'm the Director of Star and Peters. Present with me today is the Chair Pro Tem of the Swanee School District, Virginia Parker Hale, and Terry Murphy, who is here today representing the 3 boards of selectmen. As you may recall, we're a creation of the legislature, which is unusual. House Bill 349 and Bill lines 18 through, really 17 through 22, indicates that we need to hold a special meeting for the election of our board members and officers at a time set by the State Board of Education after consultation with the selectmen of the 3 towns. So we're here today to request that you assist us in setting that date. And as you'll notice, we have not particularly been innovative. We've selected the second Tuesday in March, which is a day that all of the citizens of the towns have been used to attending when they were part of the Newfound School District. And so I think it's a fairly simple lift. If you would be so gracious as to concur with the selectmen of the 3 towns and with the chair, that this would be a great date to elect our officers. Our annual meeting, first annual meeting is scheduled for March 25th of 2025. Virginia also, if you wish, could give you a quick flyover of how things are going with our implementation plan. But for now, our request would be that the board move to indicate that having satisfied its consultative role, that it agrees with the selectmen that the second Tuesday in March would be a good date. That would be our request, and at the lead of the board, Virginia could certainly give you a quick flyover of how things are going.
Well, I think we take up the date first. It's a fine date. It's the appropriate date. I don't think anybody would have a problem with it, so we have a motion.
I motion to accept March 11th, the second Tuesday in March, for the Swanee School District election.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, done. So how's the district going? Setting it up and getting everything going?
Whirlwind is probably
Yeah.
one word to sum it all up. You guys may remember we're embarking on a transformation from K through 5 to K through 8 in the Bridgewater Hebron Village District building that we have. 3-year plan, not gonna do that all at once, so we're gonna start with 6th grade is the goal heading into the next fiscal year. We have been doing a lot of the mundane pieces, right? Foundational policies, getting things ready in what we've deemed our pre-operational period. There's not many folks who not many others to benchmark ours against. We already have 2 tuition agreements for our high school students. We'll be given the option to attend either Plymouth or Newfound. Both have been incredible partners. Saw Paul here today. Him and I have been in constant communication, making sure that we're easing this transition. Again, the fundamentals, transportation, food service, those building blocks. Happy to say that with most of those already in place or really into the final stretches, we're transitioning into a little bit more of the levity piece of things. So I'm engaging with the PTO next week. We're hoping to start talking about mascot, school colors, some of those more uplifting pieces.
Oh, what are your mascot options? Do you have those set out yet? Have you created a list?
I don't want to put cart before the horse,
Yeah.
but intention is to present to the PTO tomorrow, and it's something that we've floated around for months. I would love for the students to ultimately be involved in that, and perhaps not from an infinite list, but maybe that's, maybe there's 3 options, and get them engaged in the process, and help them understand this isn't the teacher's school, this isn't the parent's school, it's the students, and making sure that they're feeling a part of that process.
I love it.
You must have
I think-
some suggestions.
Yeah.
No, I have some don't do. Wildcat, cougar. Just like come on, be something different, you know.
Chairman Klein, would the hobbits work?
That's Rivendell.
That's gotta be, no, the elves are Rivendell's.
Oh,
So come on, the hobbits, especially if you have any interaction with Rivendell, you know, you wanna see the elves playing against the hobbits, with
That's the
dwarves.
headline right there.
I'm all for like this, sorry, go ahead.
No, I think, but you gotta get dwarves in there somewhere, and then that's really nasty when the dwarves play the elves, man, that's just, it can get ugly, but yeah, no, I like including students, I like, you're gonna, run the risk of, mascot face or something.
That's what
But, but if you can rule out some, bad options, maybe give them a fun, I think that's a great idea.
And some of you may remember the Pasquani name is an Abenaki term for place where the birch for canoes grows. So perhaps there's, I don't think the birch tree necessarily, but who knows?
That's a good one.
What was that?
And the trees from the.
I love it. No, that's great.
Was there a gentleman named Bill Moody involved in? Yes.
Absolutely,
was
yes,
involved in that.
yes.
Perfect
The
guy.
house bill that got us here.
He actually, I'll talk about
Yeah, Bill was, I would say, a big proponent, at the
Absolutely.
very least, for doing that.
He, Dean, he had called me relative to our experience.
I'm not surprised, that's great. Yeah, it has been fulfilling to work with Pasquani in really giving birth to a new district, offering these choices to students, working to grow. They've been blessed with this model where there's a village district that actually owns the building, they lease it for $1 in the village district, another creation of the legislature. And we hope one day, perhaps an example of some of the innovative things that can be done with public school districts.
Very interesting. Okay. Well, thanks. Good luck. Give us an update when you get a mascot. Just send us an email.
Exactly.
We want to know.
No words needed, just a picture, right?
Yep, that's right.
Thank you all. Thank you. Happy New Year.
You as well.
All right. It's 11:20.
That's a first.
What's that?
Dean got a win.
Yeah.
You got a win for us.
Big time.
How are we on break needs? It's a good time. What, we keep barreling through? We want a couple minute break or?
I take that.
All right, 5, let's take 5 and try to keep it to 5. All right.
Who are you directing that toward?
Nobody in particular. All right, we'll be right back.
First thing I thought was Bodie with both faces.
Exactly.
I'm like,
Me too.
oh, here we go.
Yeah.
So, Andrew, I have plugged into this thing, but it is not charging.
Did you get my message?
Oh, you know what, the button on this may not be there. It may
I
not
know,
be.
I flipped that already.
Oh, it did.
That's the first thing. I just know who's blowing it.
No, let's, cause, no, but I think they were not good at explaining.
Yep.
Let's do it outside.
That needs to be corrected. There we go, thank you.
You're on.
So you really do solve all the problems.
I do.
No, they don't. So the whole thing will have been, that's all. No, they're not. So the problem is.
They don't, yeah.
I appreciate that. Maybe we should do something. I would love to know.
school for a charter member. Tim, you got it, right?
Good morning, and thank you. So my name is Tim Belushi. I'm the Executive Director of Seacoast Classical Academy Charter Public School. With me today is Robert Chase. He's the Chairman of our Board of Trustees. We are here, good morning.
Good morning.
And we are here because Seacoast Classical has requested an amendment of its charter to expand the grade offerings from the current K-8 to K-12. So just a little bit of background information about that. So our curriculum is the Hillsdale College K-12 curriculum. So our curriculum is already one that is defined and supports K-12 education, and it's also designed to be a cumulative, continuous education that most benefits the young scholars in that full K-12 education. Also, we have, we're a charter school, we're in Newton, New Hampshire. We have 180 young scholars enrolled in the academy right now, K-8, and we have 8th graders who are already definitely interested in proceeding to 9th grade and then onwards to graduation with Seacoast Classical. In addition, there are families outside of the academy right now, at other schools, who are interested in enrolling in our high school. And so, again, we are here to request an amendment of the charter to allow K-12 education, and I'd be happy to answer any questions there might be.
First of all, thank you for what you do.
And thank you to the Board of Education for considering our request.
Sure. You mentioned your affiliation with Hillsdale.
Yes, we are a curriculum school of Hillsdale College. That means that we are a licensee of their curriculum.
Does that mean, and I'm a fan of Hillsdale, okay, first and foremost, I just throw that out there. I recall there's two different, and I forget what they're called, so you may be giving me my answer, but it's running past me. One very strong relationship with Hillsdale and one kind of loose affiliation with Hillsdale. The stronger affiliation is where they come in and they help with your director and your, all of that. The other one is you're more passively, using their curriculum. Is one of these?
We're the latter. So,
The latter.
so the first model that you talked about is something that they call their member school program.
Yes. Thank you.
So I think the schools across the country that are using the curriculum, it's roughly split 50-50 between member schools and curriculum schools. But to become a member school, you basically have to decide to apply at the time that you're creating your charter school. So when we created our school, we kind of looked at both options, and for the timeline that we were on, where we wanted to open basically as quickly as we could, and we didn't want to kind of inject another party into that process that could potentially slow things down.
Heard a lot of good things about your school.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question that I ask most every charter school that I
Please do.
Sure.
Your board composition, chairman of the board, correct? How would you just broadly describe your board composition, which I think there's a correlation between the success of the school and a great administration and staff and educators, all of that, but a good solid board that has diversity of thought, business acumen as well as education, as well as community involvement.
Yeah, so we have people who are have backgrounds in business. We have people who have worked in education. I myself have previous experience as a board chairman in Kensington, New Hampshire. We have people who are medical professionals. We have people who have been educators at the university level. I myself have been that as well. People who've worked in science, and also people with experience, broad experience as parents in education. So parents of private school students, public school students, and also homeschoolers.
Thank you.
And you guys are opened in November of 22?
We opened in just this past August.
Okay.
So we've been open for 4 or 5 months.
Oh, okay. So you haven't even got a full school year yet.
Right. We are in the middle of our first school year.
Well, I'm glad you're coming to us with an expansion, because I Because I thought your school was just great, top to bottom. Organizationally, you've got a strong team, you've got a great program. I remember at the time thinking, wow, you should be K through 12 from the get-go. So, how's I assume this reflects a lot of interest in your school. Like, you want to just talk about that?
Sure, yeah. So we've actually surveyed our parents to see how are we doing, to try to measure their opinion, and their opinion is very positive. I would say that we compare favorably to a well-performing private school in terms of parent satisfaction. So yes, I believe that is true. We've gotten strong feedback not only from parents, but also from the Department of Education in our interactions with them, and also our professional partners as well.
How many students do you have?
There are 180 approximately right now. I think it's 180.
Good mix amongst the classes or grades that you have? Or?
Yes, there are some with more than others, but we have all grades K through 8.
Do you, like many charter schools, do you use the K as sort of a feeder?
Oh, for sure, yeah. We view the incoming, the kindergarten and the incoming classes as our seed stock for the future, for sure. And like I mentioned before, our curriculum is best as a cumulative K through 12 education. So it's probably of the most benefit. I think it's of benefit for any scholars, but it's probably of the most benefit for those who spend the longest time in our academy using our curriculum.
Can you, I didn't bring my reading glasses, I'm sorry, so I can't read the budget really well from here. Do you have any of your seed grant money left available to support your additional needs of
Yes.
increasing the 9th grade and then beyond? And then could you speak a bit more about your facility
Yep.
expectations?
So yes, we were awarded a $1.5 million charter school program grant. And there is, I believe, about $140,000 or $150,000 that remains of that right now. So we do have some funds to help us get started for becoming the grades in the next year as well. And let's see, you also asked about facilities. Yes. So right now, we are renting 18,000 square feet of space from the Sanborn Regional School District. We're in a building that used to be their middle school. Right now, their middle school is consolidated with their high school at another site. And we are able to accommodate our anticipated enrollment, of course, this year, and then also in the next school year. We are actively looking for some other arrangement to accommodate future growth beyond that. So we are good to go for a year and a half, and we are exploring a variety of options for facilities beyond that.
Is there room on that campus to build if that was your only option?
That is a possibility. That's one of various options that are under consideration.
What was the relationship like with the school district and renting that space?
Very positive. They were very easy to work with, and I believe that remains the case. So they are our landlord, and I believe that the community it regards us very favorably.
Tim, good to
Yes.
see you again.
Hi.
Thought that was you.
Yes, it is.
The old Sanborn Middle School, is that what you said where you are now?
Sanborn Regional Middle School. Yeah.
What's the total student capacity of that building?
Let's see. We have 11 classrooms plus additional ones. So we could have, if we had 22 in there, that would be 242. Right.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Yeah.
I have no further questions. Does anybody?
Once you do open it up and get it prepped with the upperclassmen students, I'd love to come by and tour.
Great. We'd like to have you visit. Thank you.
Or sooner, Jim.
Or sooner, yeah.
You're
Why
welcome
wait?
You're welcome anytime.
What's the,
No.
You good?
What's the parent participation?
Parent participation. We already have a parent council set up. I believe there's more than a dozen parents. They've already helped us with events. We have
recently we had our winter concert, and our parent council was instrumental helping to set that up. We had very strong attendance by our families. They seemed to love it. And our parent council, I'm not sure how much they raised, I haven't checked in with them, but they seem to do a good business raising money also for future events too. Yes.
I guess a good question to ask would be, how is your fundraising? What is your fundraising plan and how's it going?
Yeah, so our fundraising has gone very well. We supported our build out of and renovation of the facility that we have. And it's also supplementing our operating budget as well. So yes, I believe it is very strong.
Can you give us examples of how have you fundraised?
Sure, I'll
So
ask the chairman.
we kind of split the fundraising into two components. One is or what I would call focused on high net worth donors, and the other is focused on community fundraising, where the parent council and the fundraising committee of the school itself focus on that. And so they've got a target budget each year to help us with really the delta between the funding that we get from the state and what it costs us on a year-to-year basis. And then with the high net worth donors, we focus more on the expansion, like what we need for the future, and eventually for building things like an endowment, potentially finding other sites, other locations in the Seacoast to continue the expansion. And we've done well in terms of getting not only initial donations, but some follow-up donations. Now we've had in 2 instances some very generous donations that have included 5-year pledges for continued giving from some very great donors. So we've been very fortunate in that regard.
So you are meeting your projections?
So far, yes.
That's awesome.
I did have one thing I wanted to flag for you in the application. You had referenced, this is probably just a matter of timing, the high school graduation requirements, the credit requirements, we've changed those, which you wouldn't have had when you submitted this. So you'll need to go back and look at the new 306s because we have made some changes to those.
So one thing it says here in our Exhibit M is that it references Ed 30627B Table 306-2 as amended from time to time.
Correct, and we just amended it, so, yes. So I just wanted to flag it for you so you were aware that it's been updated, so we'll have, so we have, for math, for example, we now require statistics. So there's some other changes, but you'll just need to check in with the department on those, make sure you're aligned properly. So.
Yes, we'll do, thank you.
All right, I move that the State Board of Education approve the charter amendment for Seacoast Classical Academy Chartered Public School.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congrats.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
Jim and I will be by for a visit.
Very well. Love to see you.
All right, gathering orders.
Again, for the record, Hampshire Charter School Office introducing Daniel Foster with Gathering Waters Charter Public School for a charter amendment.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here representing the school. My name is Daniel Foster. I'm the interim lead administrator down there in Keene. And what I'm bringing before you today to consider is an amendment to our charter having to do with teacher qualifications. We utilize a Waldorf curriculum, and an essential part of this curriculum is the arts, and not just fine arts such as painting and drawing, but also the practical arts such as handwork, woodwork, stained glass. We really believe in creating tangible things that are beautiful, that have purpose, and we see the benefit in our students for that. For teachers, those coming with those skills to us, whether it's handwork or say a carpenter, woodwork, they don't necessarily have the qualifications that are outlined in our charter, which it says advanced degree in education. Advanced degree in education and/or New Hampshire teaching certification and Waldorf teacher certification, or willingness to pursue this as professional development. So that's what the original charter stated, and we'd like to change it to degree in education preferred and/or New Hampshire teaching certification and Waldorf teacher certification, or willingness to pursue this as professional development. So we found just through our experience that really honing in on the practical arts to not have a barrier to hiring someone who's incredibly qualified but doesn't have an advanced degree.
I was actually glad to see you come with us, because I think it just makes perfect sense for your school.
Mr. Chair, the 50% rule is still in effect, right?
It is. Well, it's 50% with a teaching certificate or 3 years of experience.
Or 3 years of experience. And when you created your charter, you kind of handcuffed yourself a little bit more by giving higher standards.
Exactly, yeah.
And kind of eliminating the fact that if there was an artisan or a woodworker or an electrician or someone with incredible skills that wasn't certified, you handcuffed yourself initially.
Well, they didn't even require, they were requiring an advanced degree.
Yeah,
So that's a high level. No, I think these changes make perfect sense.
I was curious, what kind of artisans or folks are waiting in the wings to come fill these roles?
Yeah, well, it really is hand workers. We have looms for weaving, and it's really, I have a carpenter that I'm in talks with about next year. We'd like to introduce woodworking, which is very typical in a Waldorf school.
Yeah.
So it really is in that category.
And woodworking, like finish furniture or sculpting or?
Both. So you typically at a Waldorf school you start in 3rd grade with, I have my little sanded bunny rabbit from my 3rd grade. And then you move into carving, and then in high school it's typically construction, so building furniture, stools.
Can I ask you 10 seconds of, I don't want to say unrelated questions, but your charter school in front of us, and how is your enrollment overall?
Strong in K through 8. The high school, so this is our 4th year. Our high school is being a more complex, situation where students like a lot of offerings, a lot of choice. We are building towards that, but it isn't quite there yet. We're also working with community partners in the community to, like our local ski mountain that's 5 minutes down the road, to create more offerings, and that takes time to build. So we're in that phase. In the whole school?
Yes.
284, I believe, is what we have. Yeah.
284.
Yeah, so K through 8, it's 25 is our max, and almost all the grades are full. And then in high school, it's upper teens.
Waitlist?
Waitlists in many of the classes.
You should be proud.
Yeah.
You should be proud, honestly. That's very good.
What's the facility size?
We have 2 campuses. I don't know if I'm prepared to estimate classroom numbers, but so we have 2 campuses. One is our upper school campus, which is grades 6 through 12, is in the former Keene Middle and High School. It's a portion of that building, and we're expanding. Renovations are underway right now to expand into new spaces within that building. Yeah, what we really lack is outdoor space. Like we don't have an athletic field.
What was it like securing that space, the former Keene?
I wasn't part of that process. That was the very first year of the school, and I just started this summer.
Now, do you own it? Do you lease it? How does that work?
The upper school building we lease, and the lower school building we own.
Oh, all right. Good relationship with Keene, with the district?
Yes, yeah, most of that interaction is with through special education, and we work with its 9 other school districts. So a lot of coordination, good relationships.
Excellent. Anybody else?
I move that the State Board of Education approve the charter application for Gathering Waters Charter Public School.
Second.
Charter amendment, right?
Yes. Charter amendment.
Charter.
It says, yeah, it is charter. It is charter amendment. Yes. So amended.
You seconded? Who seconded? Okay, Jim seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thanks.
Thank you
Thanks
all.
for coming, travel safe.
Thank you.
Okay, MC two.
Again, Talbert for the record, Charter School Office introducing MC Squared, Chris O'Reilly can make the further introductions. I believe you have some folks also online. Okay.
Thank
Your
you. Good morning. Good to meet you. We have online our board chair, Katie Heyman, and Elizabeth Carty, who is a co-leader and a teacher. With me to my left, Jocelyn Goldblatt, who is a board of trustees member, and then Sarah Stout, who's also a co-leader and a teacher.
All right, welcome.
So you've received our renewal report, the Charter School Office's summary reports, and in addition to that, I would like to add and highlight a few points about our school for some background. So our very first 5-year renewal visit was back on March 2nd, 2020. Exactly 2 weeks later, schools around the state, including ours, were closed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In the following 2 years, MC Squared faced many challenges. In April of 2021, our board made the difficult decision of consolidating operations and closing the Manchester campus at the end of the 2021 school year, largely due to declining enrollment caused by the pandemic. The Keene campus also saw a 70% decline in enrollment in the 1920 school year, and then a 26% decline in enrollment in the following 2021 school year. Cost-cutting measures were needed to keep the Keene campus operating, so we searched for and found another facility within 1 mile of our current facility with lower overhead costs, and moved the campus in March of 2022. And I'll spare you the details of what it was like to move the Manchester campus and the Keene campus within 8 months of each other, and the story of our school being without a home for a couple of months before we moved into our new facility. Our enrollment has increased by 20% since our move to the new facility, and our finances have improved to the extent that we now have a capital reserve fund earning interest. Relative to our academic progress, New Hampshire SAS assessment scores continue to exceed the state average in science and ELA. However, our students scored lower in math. We are addressing this issue and have hired additional mathematics educators in the past year to lower the student-teacher ratio in math classes and offer more diverse learning opportunities in mathematics. We serve a diverse population of students, and as mentioned in the Office of Charter Schools report, and I believe it is important to note that over the past 5 years, our average student retention rate is 68.6%. Our dropout rate has been higher than the state average, which can be attributed to the retention rate and a higher number of students enrolling in our school who are older and transferring with fewer credits that later leave to take the high set or need to work full-time before they earn their credits to graduate. Consider this, our students take the NWA measure of academic progress assessment 2 times per year, at the beginning of the school year and at the end. When we look at the results on average, only 50% of the students have valid beginning of year and end of year results to measure progress because they haven't been enrolled with us for an entire school. 60% of our students that are enrolled and attend a full school year earn promotions to the next phase or grade. Our 4-year graduation rate is very low due to the nature of our program, where we allow students to progress at their own pace. A student who graduates from our program and started from the beginning of phase 1, or grade 9, is with us on average for approximately 5.5 years. We've had 17 graduates over the past 5 years, had started in the beginning of phase 1 all the way to graduation, and 24 graduates overall. In the past 5 years, 40% of our graduates receive special education services, and our average population of special ed students enrolled is between 25 and 30%. Relative to our programmatic goals, one of the cornerstones of MC Squared model is the internship program, which continues to expand and now has an average placement rate of 50%. All students are required to participate in internships through all 4 of the phases, and we currently work with over 70 different partners, mentors in the community. We are also expanding our program to include a makerspace, which we call Co-Create, where we offer classes in computer-aided design, woodworking, and crafts, and are working to increase our capacity to design and offer additional learning opportunities in the realm of making and creating. Our goal is to eventually provide other schools and community members access to the makerspace. We now have an international exchange program with our German counterparts in Keen's sister city of Einbeck, Germany. We've already had students and staff visit from Einbeck, and a group of our students and staff also visited Einbeck last year. We are eager to continue to build this program so that more of our students can engage in this cultural experience. Relative to our organizational goals, NC Squared has made some significant changes to its organizational structure in the past 5 years. Consolidation of our campus has led to a reduction in staff and a reorganization of the leadership structure. Membership of the Board of Trustees also shifted from the majority of members from the Manchester area and is now exclusively in the Keene area. The current trustees are a diverse group representing local business, banking, education, and nonprofits, as well as parents, and are dedicated to the NC Square mission of empowering students with the knowledge, skills, and dispositions to use their unique voices effectively and with integrity in co-creating their global public world. All current board members have engaged in board-specific training and participated in amending the charter to reflect the organizational changes that I mentioned previously. Our current core teaching staff have been working together since 2019, and the leaders who planned and opened the Keene campus 10 years ago remain in leadership positions. We continue to refine our competency-based model, curriculum, and off-site learning opportunities, including student participation and dual enrollment at local colleges, such as programs like the Priest College program at River Valley, wellness classes to the local YMCA and mixed martial arts studio, inviting local mental health agencies to provide services on site, and invite experts in the field of mental health and wellness to co-teach in our learning studios. Our plan for sustainability is to continue to serve our students by supporting them in finding and pursuing their personal interests or passions as they prepare for the next steps in life, and working with their families to help them be supported in that pursuit. To continue to support our staff as we have in the past, which has led to a 100% retention rate of our core teaching staff over the past 5 years. To increase our engagement with local businesses, organizations, government, and schools to help facilitate opportunities for our students to make community connections where they can find and engage in meaningful learning experiences. And to be fiscally responsible and conservative in our spending practices while gradually increasing our enrollment. We intend on continuing to increase our fundraising activities and have set a goal to increase our fundraising revenues by 50% over the next 5 years. We increased fundraising revenues by 63% from 2015 to 2020.
Couple quick questions, if I could.
Yes, sir.
Some of which I ask every charter school that comes in front. How many students do you have currently? I was kind of looking at this. The number is
As of today, 73. 73 today.
73? That's a tight number budget-wise. I hate to say it's all about the numbers, but when you have smaller enrollments, the revenue's smaller. If you run the school to make things happen, and after 5 years, having 73 students is kind of tight. Having said that, another question I always ask, and I was looking at the information here, and it spoke to the diversity on your board. Do you have board members, and this is a big kind of a pet thing of mine, but with business experience, can balance a balance sheet that have business acumen, as well as educational
Yes.
background, but can you speak to that?
Yes, we do. We do. Well, one of our board members is the general manager of the local Ford dealership, who has business experience. I have business experience, I'm a member of the board as well. And yeah, again, we have a diverse range of skills and abilities on our board, from education to business to nonprofits, management, policy development.
Over the past 5 years, it just seems like there's been a lot of, I don't want to say turmoil, but a lot of change. A lot of, whether it's sustainability standpoint, will you have, do you have the ability, can you speak to fundraising? Because you have to bring in additional monies beyond just the revenue of 75 students.
Yes, I believe we do. From 2020 to the end of last year, 2024, we raised over that nearly 5-year period, over $170,000.
Over a 5-year.
Over a 5-year period, and as I stated, our goal is to increase that by another 60% over the next 5-year period.
So roughly $20,000 a year.
Yes.
I'm just concerned about sustainability. Can you, I guess just maybe, if you could speak to sustainability and what you guys are doing to $20,000 in revenue on top of 75 students is still extremely tight. And to make things happen and to pay your bills and pay your teachers and keep things going and to drive things, I know that can be difficult. So can you speak to that, if there's like a bigger plan afoot for the next 5 years that you read?
Sure. Well, first of all, our 5-year budget that we included in our renewal report started with this year being 73 students, which we are at. We've been above that earlier in the year. We started the year with more than 73. It's likely we'll end the year with more than 73. So we'll likely average. We've been realistic in how many students we intend to have enrolled going forward the next 4 years. We're going to 80, then to 85, and then to 90. And then to 100 at the end of the 5th year. So I believe that is realistic, and we've set our budget on that, including increases in teacher pay, anticipating increases in expenses along the way, and again our increased fundraising and our ability to do that. Our new board is development subcommittee is working hard on additional fundraising measures. Sorry, we have another question.
How many full-time staff do you have?
15.
So I can jump in. Been following the school for a long time, and the COVID impact was pretty hard in being able to, I think their ability to make the strategic decision to close the Manchester campus, move, relocate, and keep the school going, manage your staff, manage your budget through all of that, and still maintain your teacher retention. That's, I think, very impressive. I think that the student body that you're serving is really one that needs a school like yours. And I think they've actually, I agree with you in the big picture. You want to see more robust fundraising numbers and enrollment. But I think what they've been able to do on a small budget and make it work for as long as they have is really pretty impressive.
You're right. The budget itself, if you're talking 75 students times $9,000 a year, would have you. I mean, you're talking $600,000, $700,000 a year. You take your 15 employees, it's like $40,000. There's no money left over for, books, facility, all of that. You just do napkin math.
Yeah.
So it's extremely tight.
I would also mention, of those 15 employees, 4 paraprofessionals who are paid through we build the districts for special aid services, and 1 special ed teacher who's partially paid through special education buildings out of the district. So we do.
Make no mistake, I love what you guys are doing. I do. I just want to. I'm all about sustainability.
Yeah,
I want to
absolutely.
make sure the kids are well served. And you're around another 5 years.
You have built up a capital reserve fund, correct?
We have. And I'm going to be specific about that and tell you we have like $150,000 earning interest in the CD right now.
That's actually
That's
pretty
very
good considering
that's
your
very
rainy
good.
budget. Yeah.
That's our rainy day fund.
Yeah. All right.
You mentioned that you want to improve or increase opportunities in ELO for students. Do any of your students take advantage of Learn Everywhere programs?
Absolutely. The M&A studio that we have learning opportunities with now is actually in the same building that we are, is a Learn Everywhere
Great.
business. And we're actually looking our co-create space, our maker space, we're looking to make that a learn everywhere program, so other students can take advantage of that as well.
That's great. There's a Learn Everywhere program that we're actually speaking with today that's increasing their program, but it's called Friends Forever International.
Oh, yeah.
When you mentioned your program with Germany, which sounds incredible, this might, unless, is this program solely on the Durham campus, or?
We'll have to ask them, but I believe so.
So
I don't know
that may
if they
be
have
the roadblock,
any-
it's
You guys
too
are
far.
kind of far apart,
But
but there may be some, oh.
We go lots of places, but we'll talk about it later.
Yeah, great. So it's definitely worth looking into for everywhere.
So again, if you have an interest in that foreign
Absolutely.
connection for students to meet people from other cultures, it may be a good option.
Yeah, absolutely, we appreciate it.
Chris, as part of your charter renewal, you provided comments from parents,
Yes.
and they were very positive. That shows that you're needed in that community, especially for these kids. Was that all the comments that you received?
Yes, all the
So it was about
comments that,
4?
there were, maybe a half a dozen.
Was there half a dozen? Okay. Anyway, they were positive, they were certainly positive. Looks like you're doing something right.
Our parents are very involved, we require them to be involved, that's part of why the program works. We have parents, they're required to be in the school 4 times a year minimum to see their students' quarterly exhibitions. So we get to see a lot of them, and we let them know that they need to be there if we need them, so.
You find Gathering Waters to be a competitor of yours?
I don't really consider any of the charter schools competition. I see them working, trying to do the same thing that we are, to offer another option for education. I know we have another charter high school in the area too, that's going to be, I think, more specific to college prep. So, and I've always reached out to any of the charter schools opening up, including Gathering Waters, to if they wanted any help or know what it's like to go through the startup process. We've been there, done that, so happy to share our knowledge with them.
Would you speak to the proficiency gap in math?
Yeah, it's well, we have 2 sets of numbers, and I don't have all the stats in front of me, but we have our SAT numbers, so that's just the 11th grade students that are tested every year. On average, we only have about 5 students in phase 3 or grade 11 that test, so judging a school based on the scores of 5 students is probably not the best measure. The NWA map testing that we do twice a year is a more accurate measure, but even those show that our numbers are a little bit lower than they should be, which is why we brought on an additional math instructor. And our hope is to, this year, through our rounds of testing, to increase those numbers back up to the state average or above.
I might respectfully challenge that and say that if you have 4 or 5 students that are being tested out of your 75 and 2 of them are less than proficient, that's something you need to look at.
It is, but I would also push back a little bit on that, because our 11th graders haven't necessarily been with us for 3 years. They may have only been with us for 6 months or a year even. There's very few 11th graders that have been with us for a full 3 years, so it's not really accurately measuring how we serve them over the 3 years' time.
You have 75 today, over the past 5 years, has it gone up and decreased or gone steadily up?
We've had up to 103 students enrolled, and as low as 48 students enrolled during the middle of COVID.
Yeah, I mean, what I typically look for, if you have below average performance in a particular subject, is have you taken steps to address it, which you clearly have, and what is your student body composition? Are you serving kids who got issues, special needs, and you fit in that category too? So I think you're on the right track here, trying to move those kids forward.
Just to, I'm looking at the statistics here, 25% of your students have disability, a third are economically disadvantaged. I would agree with Jim, open, honest, genuine, and it sounds like you're on a solid ground, or at least you certainly feel that way. I am curious about your capital reserve, what percentage of that is that of your budget, annual budget?
That's, I don't have the figure right in front of me.
So
but
I think you said 130,000?
150.
150, and what's your?
The budget's around, about $1 million last year or total, so.
15%.
15%.
Capital
That's-
reserve.
No, that's good, that's solid.
Okay.
I guess my only ask, and I think you're ripe for renewal, okay, so don't take any of my comments too harshly. I believe in sustainability, I believe in asking hard questions. I think the next 5 years, as you are renewed, should be focused on that, you've got the reserve, you're doing a lot of the right things, but just growing those students, keeping those students longer term, developing those students as best you can. And I know it's a different population, I get that, but just working towards that growth and stability, which it seems like you've been dealt a difficult hand. And there's been a lot of changes that you've been dealing with to get where you're at. So now you can focus more on that stability and making the changes that your curriculum and your program and your staff have wanted to do for a long time.
Absolutely, and I appreciate your concern, and I believe that our board and our staff share the same concern. We want to be here another 5 years as well. And like I said, our new board is working really hard to ensure sustainability for the school.
Any other?
Based on the parent letters that I'm reading, I really need to see the school books. I think based on what I'm reading in there, with some of these children as well.
I move that the State Board of Education approve the charter renewal for MC Squared Charter Public School.
Second.
All in favor?
Sorry, the charter school is yours. Second.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations, thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
I look forward to seeing you next time.
Yeah.
I think, Jim, you're taking the cake role.
I know, that's what I felt like.
Of asking hard questions in a constructive way, like trying to be helpful.
Limit the edge.
Yeah, trying to be helpful, but asking important questions, like that's us.
I'm cake, oh goodness.
Not
Well,
quite
I
there,
like
but,
cake.
yeah, cake's great. All right, Cornerstone.
Again, Tal Bear for the record from the charter school office here at New Hampshire Ed, introducing Cornerstone Charter Public School. Lynn Howard can introduce her team. Take it away.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Howard, and I am one of the co-founders of Cornerstone Charter School. I have with me today other co-founders, Adam Bristol and Hollis Bristol as well. We are really excited to be here before you today. As you know, it takes a tremendous amount of effort and time and energy to get here. So we're grateful for your attention today. Unfortunately, we have another co-founder who is sick today, Lindsay Wadley. She is not able to be with us, but we will read her statement and her bio to you. So we'd like to start first by just telling you a little bit about ourselves, our backgrounds, and then we'd like to discuss our mission and our vision, and how we plan to create a successful charter school. And then we will certainly open things up for questions, which I'm sure you'll have plenty. I am a New Hampshire certified K-6 educator and a K-12 reading specialist. I'm also an Orton Gillingham clinical supervisor, and I work closely with the Stern Center for Language and Learning in Williston, Vermont. I mentor teachers who are pursuing Orton Gillingham certification. I have worked in private and public schools throughout New Hampshire, as a classroom teacher, as a reading and writing specialist, and in leadership roles as well, leading PLCs, data coaching, and so forth. I was also part of the leadership team when Fall Mountain was implementing their MTSS system. And I presented at the 2017 MTSS Learning, let me get this correct, the Professional Learning Institute in California. I'm also a small business owner. I own Summit Literacy LLC. I provide coaching, professional development. I also provide instructional services and mentoring for school districts and families in New Hampshire and Vermont. I have experience leading strategic planning for school districts as well. I'd like to introduce and have my co-founder Adam Bristol introduce himself.
Thank you, Lynn.
Yes.
Hello, and thank you all for your valuable time. Good afternoon. I'm Adam Bristol. I live in Lyme, and my role is to bring decades of smart business experience to the table. I'm a critical thinker by education, an entrepreneur by nature, a master electrician by trade, and business executive by profession. Throughout my career, I've founded several successful companies, and I'm currently president of two firms, one that builds data, voice, video, and security networks, and another firm, an internet telephone company. We serve the small to medium business and light enterprise markets in northern New Hampshire. We specialize in startups with special emphasis, special focus on schools and libraries. Coincidentally, Rivendell, who spoke to you earlier today, has been one of our customers, I think, 25 years since they started up, and we've built all their networks and take care of their telephony, and they're good people. Community service is very important to me. Over the years, I've worked on and chaired many boards of nonprofits, going way back to the 1980s, where I was a rescue fireman and communication manager for the Collinsville Fire Department in Connecticut, to the 1990s, where I founded Moosehead Search and Rescue in Greenville, Maine, where I owned an electrical contracting firm, to the 2000s, where I was vice president on the board of Lebanon Opera House, where we did a great corporate turnaround there, to the 2000s, where I was president of the Lebanon Masonic Association and past master of Franklin Lodge, to name just a few of my favorites. A unique fact about me is that I have 6 daughters, so I understand well the challenges to and the value of solid and complete education. And that's the main reason that I'm here to absolutely support our new school and its people. I know how to start and grow successful businesses, and just as importantly, how to take care of the people in those businesses. My goal today is to reassure this fine board that we are a team of true professionals with a solid plan to open Cornerstone Chartered School in 2026 and make it a sustainable model for excellence in primary education in the state of New Hampshire. Thank you for your consideration, potentially improve our charter. Now, normally I would be introducing Lindsay Wadley, our third co-founder.
Let's introduce Hollis since she's here, and then we'll introduce them.
Great idea.
Sound good? Dr. Hollis Bristol is here with us today, and she holds 2 degrees from Tufts University and a doctorate in curriculum and instruction. She has served as the professor of mathematics and associate superintendent for the schools in Coconino County, Arizona. Dr. Bristol has extensive experience with grant writing, and she will play a key role in our school, providing guidance and support around program design, development, and especially in the area of mathematics and curriculum, integrated curriculum. Thank you for being here, Hollis.
On to Lindsay. With your permission, I'm going to read the statement that Lindsay would have loved to have shared herself with you. My name is Lindsay Wadley, and it's a privilege privilege to have the opportunity to speak with you today about the importance of the mission and vision of Cornerstone Charter School. I also bring a unique perspective to today's discussion as both an experienced educator and a parent of 2 small children. I have a strong foundation in education as an elementary music teacher, certified in both New Hampshire and Vermont, with 13 years of experience designing and implementing engaging curriculum, differentiating instructions for a variety of learners, and collaborating with teams of diverse individuals. My training in PBIS and responsive classroom, combined with my in-depth knowledge of child development and classroom management, has given me a comprehensive understanding of how to foster a thriving learning environment. Currently, I work as a business systems support manager at a tech company, where I plan and implement creative solutions to increase efficiency and support growth. This role has further strengthened my skills in creating and analyzing reports, invoicing, customer relations, marketing, and data management. Skills I believe are highly relevant to supporting the mission of Cornerstone Charter School. As I mentioned, I'm also the parent of 2 young children, including a struggling reader, and a member of a local community of parents seeking educational options. I know firsthand how transformative and excellent education can be for a child, and conversely, how detrimental it can be when a student's unique academic needs go unmet. The impact of those early years in school lasts a lifetime, and we at Cornerstone want to give all students a strong foundation that will support success in the future. I am deeply passionate about Cornerstone Charter School's mission and vision, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to share that passion with you today. Thank you for your time and the essential work you do for our students and families. She would have loved to read this herself, but she took so sick this morning, it was really unfortunate.
We have several other people that are key members of our team that were not able to be here today, and I'll just very briefly tell you who they are. First is Dr. Maura Hart, who is the Assistant Director of Capacity Development for the Swift Education Center of the University of Kansas. She has over 25 years of experience supporting schools and districts with the implementation of MTSS in evidence-based classrooms and leadership practices. We also have Carrie Rochford-Haig, who is an educator with Turning Points Network. You may be familiar with Turning Points. They provide trauma-informed social-emotional learning. Carrie has decades of experience providing schools with comprehensive, evidence-based, age-specific violence prevention. Turning Points has served over 85 schools and 2,400 students across Sullivan County this year. Finally, we have Rick Peck. He's known as the philanthropy guy. We will consult with him on a variety of needs, from board composition, to marketing, to fundraising, volunteer management, and much more. Rick's resume is extensive and impressive. I will not go through that, but I will just say that he is the current president of the board of directors of the International Association of Advisors in Philanthropy. He has strong ties to the New Hampshire community through his leadership with the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation's Philanthropy and Donor Services team. He also served as the director of individual giving and planning for Dartmouth-Hitchcock Health and the Giesel School of Medicine at Dartmouth College. We are really fortunate to have Rick on our team. He will be serving us in a consulting capacity. We also rely on collective knowledge and experience of the New Hampshire Charter School community, including the amazing team from the New Hampshire Charter School Foundation. We have with us today Bob Best, as you're probably very familiar with Bob. He is a partner with Salway and Hollis. He will be providing us with legal advice. And we have Caitlin Blundell here in the back from Blundell Accounting Services, and she will be everything financial for us. We've also tapped into the resources of the National Charter School Resource Center and all of the amazing toolkits that they have and all of the resources that they have. So I guess getting into our mission and vision. So what is our why? You know, why do we have this passion for this school? it is really the pain of the students and their families, the pain that they suffer when children do not learn to read and write proficiently. We know that third grade proficiency matters, and I know I'm speaking to the choir here. It's predictive of academic and career success. Students who do not reach this benchmark are 4 times more likely to not graduate on time or not graduate at all. We know the pipeline to the literacy to prison pipeline. We know that exists. Negative consequences, of course, are lower wages and poor health outcomes, as well as many other things. So the success rate, although it's improving, and we know that there's a great focus, the Department of Education in New Hampshire has a great focus on literacy, but our progress is still disappointing. Only about half of our third graders are performing at a grade level on state assessments, and it's even more disappointing for poor students, minority students, and especially those with disabilities. So we're here today representing those students who don't have a voice, but deserve to learn to read and write, and we believe, as you do, that reading is a right, not a privilege. At Cornerstone, we will work tirelessly to ensure that every student learns to read and write proficiently. We will use Orton Gillingham certified teachers. We will provide the training and the mentorship for them to become certified. We're going to use this approach for all students. Sometimes, or typically, Orton Gillingham is used for students with dyslexia. In fact, it is gold standard for students with dyslexia, but we know that it benefits all students. Orton Gillingham, if you're not familiar, is a structured, systematic, multi-sensory approach to literacy, and it aligns with how students learn to read. Our goal is to build a sustainable school that can serve as a literacy incubator for teacher training, for student learning. We have a planned opening for 2026. I'll tell you that originally we were planning for 2025, but we realized that that was unrealistic. So we want to have enough time to really build our board and to fundraise and to recruit students and recruit great staff. We don't want to do it fast, we want to do it right. So again, we plan to open in 26, and our target area is Lebanon, New Hampshire, or the area surrounding Lebanon. We recognize that that is an economic hub. There is definitely a need there. 30% or so students are economically disadvantaged there, and about 17% or so with disabilities. It is also a place where people shop and work, and it is a convenient location for parents as well. We know that literacy, I speak, it's my passion, literacy is my passion, but we're not going to be just about literacy. We know that literacy is the cornerstone for learning, but there is more to it.
Yeah, I'd like to emphasize that our Cornerstone approach uses literacy as the first building block to a complete education, but not the last. I'm sure Dr. Hollis could state this critical point much more eloquently than I. Could you?
I would just also like to add my thanks to those of Lynn and Adam for your willingness to consider our application and your willingness to meet with us today, so thank you. As Lynn described, literacy is the foundation of all student learning. With literacy as the core, the Cornerstone curriculum will follow an interdisciplinary approach. We envision project-based modules where standards and competencies will be met by integrating math, science, social studies, and the arts around a big idea. These big ideas will be chosen to appeal to students' natural curiosities and sense of wonder. Teachers will collaboratively choose these core themes around which content areas are addressed. For example, a theme of sun, moon, and stars might provide a rich set of phenomena around which all content areas would be integrated for a semester. And this approach fosters critical thinking, integrated learning, and
would just bear with me for just a little longer, I know we're going a little bit long, but I think it's really important to bring this down to a personal level. And I just want to briefly tell you a quick story, and this is Wyatt's story. And his mother, and this is in his mother's words, and she has permitted me to share this with you today. She says, quote, "Wyatt is a 5th grader at a local public school. Between his summer schoolwork, his general education, special education, and tutoring after school, and the reading and the work at home, he is one of the hardest working kids you will ever meet. Because of the delay in identifying his core struggles, he missed key early intervention and has yet to make up for the missed education. We have also struggled to find a tutor to support his learning alongside his special educator and his general educator. To date, his education has been more, quote, throwing paint at a wall to see what sticks. His progress has been incredibly slow. His lack of growth has started to impact his self-esteem. Wyatt desperately wants to read and is crying out at home to get the support he needs. He's not seeing the progress in the work that he's putting in, and he has voiced his frustration. This is also beginning to show in school through avoidance and attention-seeking behaviors. He cannot do what his friends appear to do so easily, so he's trying to find some other way to stand out as a person." End quote. As his mother said, Wyatt has received a variety of instructional approaches over the years, but none have really appropriately addressed his specific learning needs. Wyatt has been receiving, he's a student of mine, he's been receiving Orton Gillingham instruction for just several months. His parents, his teachers, and his special educators have all seen remarkable differences in his behavior and his confidence and his budding literacy skills. I share Wyatt's story because his story is the story of so many of our students. In my work, I see the same story playing out day after day. Wyatt is lucky because his parents have the resources, and his parents have the ability to advocate for him. But many students are not so fortunate, and they have financial barriers. They can't afford expensive tutoring or private schools. So Cornerstone's goal is to remove these barriers and to provide a tuition-free public charter school for all students, and especially for those with learning differences. Awarding charter school Cornerstone's charter today will allow us to begin this work of this pressing problem. I thank you so much for your time, and we are available for questions.
Well said.
Can I?
Go ahead.
I love charter schools. You guys hopefully know that if you know my background. I just want to make sure that they're doing the right things and they have the foundation to be sustainable long term, because it's all for the students. And the one thing I'd like to say is charter schools, you're starting a school, but you're also starting a business. So you have to have that, not to make it cold and impersonal, but to bring the reality of sustainability. And Adam, I met you before, you know that. I appreciate your business acumen in this effort. So I think that's awesome and should be applauded.
Thank you.
It kind of goes to one of my, I've got like 4 or 5 things I just want to talk about. In meeting and learning about the founders, are the founders going to be on the board?
We do have a strong core team, as you have read, some of whom we've introduced to you today. There are some stipulations, of course, about who can serve on the board in terms of relationships. So we have to assemble our board accordingly.
So you
yes.
do not have a spelled out board composition yet?
If I may, I believe it's the board that elects the chairs. So I would be happy to serve as chair of the board and bring that business acumen. And that's the intent, for all of us to participate.
My ask is maybe just bigger and global, and it's I ask this of every charter school that comes before us, to have the right diversity of thought and acumen on the board, whether it's several educators, several business or local business leaders, people who can handle a balance sheet, maybe someone with some legal chops. I mean, you want to have that to help you in all of that sure that you're giving thought. You have a very diverse and credentialed founding body, but I just want to make sure that carries forward to the board.
Absolutely.
It does. The one word that comes up over and over again when we discuss the board we'd like to have is eclectic, drawing from many sources.
Yes.
So we are of one mind on that already.
So we will be following the best practices of the National Charter Resource Center and their toolkit, their board building toolkit. We do have a strategic plan for rounding out our board. I actually have a draft recruitment sheet here today.
Does it, and I hate to oversimplify it,
May I?
but does it actually speak to just, we're gonna have half parents, half non-parents, we're gonna have several members from the local business community and several from education. As long as it spells things out and codifies it, because you may say it and I may believe you and I may applaud you,
Right.
but if it's not in writing, it will not, thank you, it will not be there for future leaders of your
Yes,
school.
we did spell out in our charter, the minimum requirements that we would strive for, and including legal, business, fundraising, parents, educators, and we have we've taken a strategic look at what we have, what we still need, and we've spelled it out in our draft document there, so that we can determine, okay, what do we need to do? What's our strategic plan to get people to come on board?
I would be, and trust me, I'm pro-charter, I'm pro-approving you, okay? I'm leaning your way, obviously. I would be more inclined to say, heck yes, if you had a board in place. If you had a set board in place that you're saying, hey, approve this, and here's the board that's going to run it. Right now, you have a great concept, a great vision, a great bunch of people, but no, hey, approve us, help us go down the path of getting $1.5 million, but we haven't fleshed out who's gonna run it. You see what I mean? That's a little concerning.
And we have, again, we have Rick Peck, who is, as soon as we have access to our grant money, and I'll back up a little bit and say that I'm in conversation with a loan officer at Service Credit Union who has given me very positive feedback in terms of a line of credit so that we'd be able to access our grant funds very quickly. I'm going to speak with him after this meeting and let him know, where we stand, so.
I love a lot of what, let me go through some of the positives. I love how you're not rushing things and you're putting it to 2025 because too many charters. 26, I'm sorry, yes, 26 that you tried to rush things. I know I was part of one that tried to rush things. I mean, it's not, so you're doing the right thing there. Your growth plan for enrollment, reasonable. Reasonable, 16 or so students a year, just kind of going up the path. It's a population that absolutely, and a focus that's absolutely needed. So I love everything about what you're doing. The specifics about the board of trustees is a question mark that I have. You have a comment in there about board of advisors. I love that. That's always something that I believe in, that you never want to lose the people that have been with you. Just keep them around if they haven't left for cause. You want to have that brain trust just always there. That's a great piece that we put into your exhibit. I love the fact that you're partnering with Bob Best and Caitlin, and these are folks from a legal and accounting perspective that get it and understand. Your building. Do you have a building? Do you have a location in mind? What can you speak to that?
Before we jump ahead, if I can just
I'm kind of hitting a lot of stuff.
Respond to your point. We've talked to a lot of people that are very eager to help us on the board. And the number one comment we get from them is absolutely, let us know when you have your charter.
Yeah.
So it's the chicken and the egg syndrome, right? It's hard to fill out a board without a charter. It's hard to have a charter approved without having the board. But we do have the people there. It just seems to us logical that we can't have a board without a charter. So if there's any point that we would ask for leeway on, it would be that one. And let's talk about the building. Do you want me to? Why don't you start?
Yeah, I'll just say that our, since we've pushed our opening to 26, you know, and we don't have money at this point, waiting for our grant money to come through. We have not secured a building. We have worked with several realtors in the Upper Valley, and we've looked at a few locations. But, you know, and also, we don't have a board to sign off on a lease, and it's a little too early for a lease. So, you know, our eyes are open, we're working toward that.
Yeah, I've never been an absolutist that you have to have something signed, dotted, and I get the chicken and the egg, I get all of that. As long as you're thinking through these items.
Yes.
That you have options, that you've been napkin, you know, just scribbling it out and trying to think it through, like who would be on your board? And here are some names of some good qualified parents
we
and
certainly
community
have that.
members, and what are some locations that have come around that would fit our need, that would be in the right location to pull from other communities. These are important to us.
I'll add to that, I have two benefactors that I'm associated with. One in particular who's well known. I probably shouldn't share the name publicly. But there's a potential we could actually have a building donated to us in the Upper Valley. But a building donation is based on a 501c3, so they can write it off. 501c3 is gonna happen as soon as we get our charter. So again, that's the choke point here for us today. But we're very optimistic about a building. And of course, with my company's background, it doesn't have to be a building with modern electrical and communications infrastructure, because we already have that covered. So we're in really good shape there.
I'll back off a little bit.
That's good. So really appreciate like, the rigor and discipline that's honestly gone into this process. The team you've assembled seems like robust and diverse or eclectic, which I really appreciate. Also appreciate the patience you're demonstrating and not trying to push for this fall, but waiting a year. I know it's difficult to wait, but that demonstrates business discipline and tactical patience in a way that I think sometimes we're so anxious to start, they try to push it at an aggressive timeline. So I really appreciate that. My one question is around catchment area. So I think it's 64 students you wanted to start with the first year, is that accurate, right?
Yeah,
So when you think about that area and demand, I recognize you have some time to build the pipeline of learners into that, but do you feel like that's for year one, that is a little bit sometimes aggressive dependent on the school size. Like how do you feel about the pipeline of getting to that 64?
Right. I feel strongly about it. We've had a good response. We have a website. We've had good response from our website. We have social media presence. We have good response there. We've done a community survey. We've had good response to that. We're associated with several preschools, have made connections there, so that would be a good pipeline to our kindergarten program. We're anticipating our catchment zone, I guess, to be within 30 miles or 30 minutes of our school. So I think that is I think it's reasonable. And then,
Your own company has a waiting list of students that would just be ideal candidates for students in the school.
right. So we know that the demand is there. It's a matter of connecting with families that would be aligned with our mission. So we want to reach out. We will be reaching out and have done some reaching out to professional organizations, professionals, speech and language professionals, religious organizations, the Listen Community Center, which is a very big community center up our way in Upper Valley. And you know, to introduce ourselves, to let them know that we are, you know, a school that's going to be particularly suited for students with learning differences and economically disadvantaged students, and I think that's going to help our pipeline.
So when I think about that, I think about transportation, right? Like I think that's always a challenge, especially with like your geographic area is large. 30 minutes is pretty broad, right? Especially up there, and so I also think about relationships with local districts, because given like, and I'm a huge fan of Orton Gilligan, huge fan of project-based learning, like the way you described it, like my child's in a school, one of my children's in a school, very project-based learning, Orton Gilligan, like I see the magic that works. For like things like, you might be drawing on people who are on IEPs or like that require special services that the districts are, like have you built relationships with local districts?
I've built relationships with Lebanon School District. I spoke with had a meeting with their curriculum director there, and she was very positive about our work. And you know, I worked with her previously at the Stern Center, so we had a previous relationship, and she was very, very supportive.
I think like Gathering Waters was here before, and like they mentioned off the cuff 9 different districts that work with, right? So I think that
When you're in
like,
a rural district, that's
exactly
the way
right.
that is,
So
yeah.
like
Yeah.
you have my vote. This is fantastic. The rigor, the department was very laudatory in the review. So I would just say like my unsolicited advice is continue to build those relationship districts, like broadening them out in that area.
Right, it's interesting, some of the families in our areas feel so strongly about giving their students the right edge. You know, we see people from Hanover and Lebanon and Lyme going up to St. Johnsbury Academy. And I think like in the grand scheme of things, we're good. If I compare that to, for example, the school district that Hollis used to work for as associate superintendent,
Associate superintendent.
that, I think was that the largest geographic?
Coconino County is basically the northeast part of Arizona. And it's the largest, area-wise, it's the largest county in the country. It takes 4 hours to drive from one side of the county to the other.
You go through 4 states.
And it's a lot of Indian, Native American land and very limited school districts. So the county takes on the responsibility of providing professional development for county teachers. And so, yeah, it's my role to direct the math and science professional development for county teachers and to get federal grants to carry that out in partnership with the local university.
So compared to driving
So-
4 hours from one side of the school district to the other, we feel pretty good about it.
Yeah.
Well, of course, we'll dedicate time and resources to setting families up, to partner and to carpool and to, you know, ride share.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I also loved your application. Was very excited about it until I recognized that you didn't have a board yet. And that's been a roadblock for almost every current charter application we've reviewed in the last 6 months. Was not that they didn't have a board, but that it wasn't the right board. That didn't, and Jim speaks to this because it's very dear to his heart that he wants you to be successful. So he poses those questions and he poses with them in your best interest. I am thrilled that you are pushing off to 26. That's what I would have expected to see in the application, with the exception that it was so well done. Thank you. With that, I'd like to share something with you that might be useful. We had a presentation in the fall from Hooked on Comics. Hooked on Comics is an engaging decodable text for kids, and it's based on Fort Gillingham. So it's 2 women. It is
Brittany and Jackie.
Yeah. Were you gonna go there too?
I had it written down, I'm gonna tell them.
From the Governor Wentworth School District.
Okay.
And they created these comics that are reproducible on your computer. They don't print stuff out and ship it to you. They give you a digital copy, so the cost of it's very low, but they've had enormous success. And my colleague here, do you want to speak to it a little bit?
Well, and the one thing that it struck with me is there's a lot of texts that kids have been using for literacy purposes that get them to guess, and they're not really learning. And the Hooked on Comics kind of takes that out of the equation and really brings them along in a very compelling way, so they actually want to read the book, and they're not guessing, they're learning how to read. And I found that very
So,
compelling.
I mean, it's based on the science of learning, much like Orton Gillingham is also very science of learning, or science of reading, excuse me.
Yes, absolutely.
So you should look them up.
I
They're
will,
great.
and engaging too, so for those older students that don't want to read the baby books.
Right,
You know, the
precisely.
comics are really a good way in. Yeah, thank you for that.
No, I mean, we're all on the same page. I'm shipping my copies off to my cousin in Southern California. She has 4-year-olds, and I thought, okay, she needs this. And she'd never heard of Orton Gillingham. I thought, how is that possible? She's in education herself. And there lies the problem.
I hadn't heard of it either before I met her. But now that I've heard the stories, it's like this just has to happen.
So Phil, you say that in your children's school, they're using Orton Gillingham?
Yeah. No.
So I hope that you're making a roadmap for additional charter schools in the future who will follow your lead based on the success of kids learning how to read being a priority.
The cornerstone. I love the cornerstones reading concept. That's fantastic.
You said 2026, is that be the fall of 2026?
Fall of 26. Thank you.
So just to segue up what Ann's saying is that those hooked on comics books are available. The teachers are publishing them and you can download them. So it's a great, might be a nice little head start. In the vein of success, Dartmouth College, if you're in that area, as you're aware, is in a major construction project, geothermal project. And that area and beyond, all the way down to Manchester, star for plumbers and pipe fitters and electricians. So I'm glad to hear we're in that part, but I'm assuming, for the sake of confidentiality, that this proposed building is gonna be in the greater Lebanon area. You might wanna engage these contractors if you need them in advance to ensure that you have them queued up for any kind of work.
Thank you.
It's
Thank you. Good
very,
point. Very good point.
very big shortage.
We have, through my company, we no longer do connectivity, the installation of network cable, though, the fellow that does our connectivity, he used to work for me, I got him into business for himself, so he's already set to go, and, he's been purchased by another electrical contractor who's already pledged his support. So, I'm trying to be very careful because I have a technology company and I will presumably be on the board, so you gotta be careful of conflict of interest, we'll get bids and things like that.
Yeah, but make sure you get them lined up early.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll also mention that in terms of recruitment, we have a connection already with Chris Dolan, who is the educational reporter for the Valley News. And she's been periodically checking in with me, and she's anxious to hear the results of today's presentation. So I think she's gearing up to write her article, I think, which, the Valley News is the newspaper in the Upper Valley, and definitely will reach a lot.
You have a lot of people here that are really supportive of what you're looking to do. I think you get the vibe around the table here. The one area that I just want to come to grips with, and I want to feel better about it before I say, yay, approved, and let's go forward with this, is the topic of, you've got a good group of people here today, and you're mentioning good people and good founders and everything. I have no doubt you guys are qualified and skilled and your heart's all in the right place. It's a question of, when I think of, we're approving this, and there's gonna be a governing board. Now, there's two ways to do that, and I get the chicken or the egg. I get you can't get a building before you get approved. I get you can't have people sign on the dotted line for I get all of that. But there's two different ways that we've seen people do this. One, they have a group of people that they've lined up tentatively as their board, and it's a diverse board, and they come before us and they say, we've got an accountant, we've got an educator, we've got this, that, and the other, and we're ready to go and hit the street running. That's one way. The other way is, they have it spelled out in their charter that we will have two educators, two parents, a lawyer, an accountant, and they have it. I don't think you have that
We do.
level.
Oh, yeah.
You have that level?
We do have that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yes, we do. We do
Absolutely.
have that. And I will also, if you're done speaking, I don't want to interrupt
I
you.
am. I'm glad I'm wrong.
Yes, that is spelled out in our charter.
Frankly, we
I
have,
didn't see that.
I think we have both,
Oh, you.
but the others aren't here because we don't have the charter.
And I'll also toot my own horn a little bit and say that the rigor and the quality of our application is reflective of what we will do going forward. So we will move forward in that same way that we did the charter school program grant. And that was accepted. We got the $1 million plus the $25,000 for at-risk and for innovation. So we have the 1.5 million. And then this application, I think you'll agree, is a high-quality application, and that is the same way that we are going to move forward with establishing our board, with fundraising, and with everything that we do with the school, because that is the way we do things.
excited about your school. I just wanna make sure, and keep in mind, I come from a background where I was denied for a charter 3 different times.
It feels like it was
And I
more
was-
than 3.
Yeah, it was more than 3, and I was grilled.
It
and
feels
grilled and
like
grilled. So if I'm coming across asking harsh questions, keep in mind, I'm leaning towards approving you guys. I love charter schools. I love what you're doing. I am tasked with, and I feel challenged by, making sure that people have the foundation to be successful. That's all. And I just wanna ask those questions.
So in the event that we say to you, come back next month with a list of real people, prospective board members, or come back in 2 months with that, are we putting this building, this potential building at risk? Do you see your school not being able to get off the ground in 26?
Well, there's a question you haven't asked us, and that's a little bit more about finance and financial oversight. The one thing that we realize, and the answer to your question is no. But when we bring the finance in, it becomes a little bit more important. We recognize very early on that an extremely strong development and fundraising program is gonna be part and parcel to our success. We wanna start that now. We have the experts ready to go, ready to go under contract. Rick Peck, does anybody know Rick Peck here?
I do now that I read your application.
He's phenomenal, and he's
Yeah.
just waiting.
Yeah.
And although we don't have the other board members here today that we've spoken to, they'd be happy to show up. But really, the award of our charter is the natural next step for us, because the very next thing we're gonna do is hit the ground running with development and fundraising. And we would rather not be hobbled by not getting that off, because the first of the year is the ideal time. Everybody's got the holidays behind them, and they got energy for the new year, and we wanna use the first part of this year to get these financial programs in place. And of course, we can't take donations unless we're a 501c3.
Can I dovetail with what
I'll
you're saying?
shut up right
No.
now. Thank you.
That's
That's-
exactly
you
what
didn't
you're
ask
saying.
about finances,
If you
so.
have a financial person, meaning a treasurer earmarked for your board, or a financial person for the school, someone who would be your point person for grant writing and fundraising, everything you're describing right now, which, do you have that now? Do you have a
So-
person?
We have individual people. So Hollis has a specialty in grant writing. In addition to Caitlin, who is gonna be our bookkeeper, our accountant. We have, another accountant, Pat Morse from Lebanon, who's a longtime CPA, and she's reaching kind of a retirement, year, and we're looking at her for treasurer. So it's treasurer, grant writing, Hollis, what the other position
Well, I
was?
just wanted to make sure, as we're talking about finance and a delay of a month or not a month, I mean, the most important things of what you're talking about is, it's moving forward with the grant to make sure that you get the funding in, federal funding, so all of that, and your 501c3 and your fundraising, all of that is important. So I just want to make sure that what you just explained,
So this,
have some people in place.
yes, and you may have mentioned another position that I can give you a name about as well, but yes, we've talked to all these people, as Lynn said, it's in the charter, we talked to people, we just didn't think it was appropriate for, fill this whole room with people that we're gonna be on a board that we don't have a charter for.
No.
Maybe, that was probably a mistake on our part.
No, people do it different ways.
Yeah.
People do it different ways. There's no one right way to do it, as long as you can explain and back it up and you're doing that. Having a strong financial person as treasurer on your board is important, not just having, I think the world of Glendale County, I do, but you do need someone with financial chops, and I know you have it, I get that, but you do need someone to take the role of treasurer that's responsible for the compliance and financial oversight
Oh,
of the school.
absolutely.
So having a name goes a long way, having, the people kind of earmarked. I get the building thing, that you can't do that until you're approved.
Right, that name for the treasurer is likely gonna be Pat Morse.
And may I interject here?
So-
So, again, I have said that how fortunate we are to have Rick Peck. He has extensive work and experience with nonprofits. And once I say to him, our charter has been approved, and we get that grant money, you know, he's right there with board composition, with fundraising, setting up donors and giving
I'm gonna stop
policies
you
and things
because
like
you
that.
need the board composition before the grant and all of that comes in, that can't be
Yeah.
after.
Yeah, okay.
Right, so the natural steps that we thought would be most appropriate was, again, all of our ducks in line, which I think you can see, we've worked very, very hard for that. Award of the charter, consistency of the board, and then with the grants and the fundraising. So we just see the award of the charter as the next natural step in order to let all those dominoes fall after that.
And I also have the ability to put forth some funds ahead of the grant to get Rick Peck going, to get him started for us. So that's also an option.
I mean, it's more for discussion than for questions. I'm inclined, like, I understand, like, wanting to see exact names and everything, but based on the department's recommendation in here, and the buses, I'm inclined to say, let's not delay. Let's just name it.
Yeah, that's worth discussing. I think my general inclinations are with Jim. We typically like to see the actual members of the boards first. But we do have a recommendation from the staff. Your application was really, really thorough, really detailed. Your presentation's great. The people you have back in the school give, I think, all the board members probably a lot of confidence that you'll be able to succeed. So we haven't been hard and fast with that. But it's something we typically like to see. It's a comfort level thing that you actually have the organization. So just to be clear, you don't have a nonprofit actually founded, like an organization, correct?
We do. We have our Cornerstone Foundation. Yes.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
That wasn't, I didn't catch that.
It was not specified in the charter. but
And didn't, yeah, that was missing, that you
Yes.
actually have that. So
Yes.
that's all, you got your registration with Secretary of State?
Mhm.
Or
Yes.
You're all?
And the three of you are on that?
No, I am, and I have several other, there's Hollis's. Adam is not because he and Hollis are related. So, you
That's
know,
one of our
there's
challenges for the
that
board.
challenge there, so we wanna be careful
Understood.
about,
Gotcha.
making sure that we follow those.
I'm glad that you're cognizant of that. We'd like to see that you're aware of that.
Yes,
Absolutely.
yeah.
That's really-
Others haven't.
That cannot be overstated. Like,
Yes.
that's like the fact that you just have to wear with the knowledge and be like, hey, let's not, that's
Yeah, you
fantastic.
volunteer. That's really encouraging.
Yeah.
We have had past boards that didn't understand that was not okay.
We are trying to play by the rules like you wouldn't believe.
You're doing a good job.
I wish we'd known about a little bit more about the board. We thought that
We actually didn't know.
having all those positions listed in the charter would suffice for today. And if there was just one thing that we could ask for leeway on to get us rolling, that would be it.
I think my inclination is fully with Jen to say, I wanna see those people, but in your particular case, my comfort levels, because you have a foundation, if you didn't have the nonprofit already, that would give me a lot more pause, but I feel maybe yes.
I'm glad, so we don't have a disagreement.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what's
no,
that?
I'm inclined to approve the charter. I would like a little bit more comfort on who will be on that board. I know we can't, I don't wanna delay you, I don't. Is there, Adam, are you looking to be on the board? Or is that one of the conflicts that could happen?
No,
I don't wanna-
I'm planning on being chair of the board,
Okay.
but that's not my call.
Right.
That's the call of the people, but
Yeah.
as I start to move towards retirement from my other companies, I need to fill this time with something, so this is what I would like to do, and hopefully they will let me do it.
Here's my view then. I'm inclined to myself vote approving of this charter, assuming that the board breakout is listed in your information, which it is, and that you, having business acumen, would be one member of that board. I mean, I'm holding you to it, but under the comment that you made there. And Lindsay, Lynn, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You're looking to also be on the board
Yes,
with your educational background?
got a great team presenting, but to put together that trustees, so
So I guess it's time for a motion.
I think so.
I move that the State Board of Education approve the charter application for Cornerstone Charter Public School.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Congratulations. Sorry about the hard question. You guys did great. You're gonna do well.
If you could, how soon do you report back to the board with your board?
That is a good question.
I would say within a month.
And we can report back, our progress within the month and who we have lined up. I'm not sure that, because we do want to, we wanna vet people
Yeah.
appropriately. We wanna do it right, we don't wanna rush. So we wanna make sure that we have a rubric, that we have an interview process, and we choose the right people.
Well, you already have that, it's just a matter of using it.
Yeah, no, but I think, I wouldn't think you would need to physically come back if you could.
Just
e-
drop us a note.
Drop a charter team a note and say, here's our progress, here's what we've got, and just, until you've got the full board fleshed out, and then you can send us that when you're done.
And parents and non-parents on the board, if you could have a balance of those two, that goes a long way.
It's a really promising school. I think you're going after a deep need that you're gonna serve, so, wish you the best.
Congratulations.
Thank you so
I'm
much.
serious about replicating once you are successful, so.
Hooked on comics.
Hooked on comments, that's right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Happy New
Safe
Year.
travels, I hope it's not snowing.
Yeah. Okay, what do you guys think about a break?
Lunch is here.
1:11 lunch? Lunch is good. Okay, so let's take a quick break for lunch. We'll be right back.
Thank you. You know, congratulations.
Congrats. Oh, okay.
You're good.
Here's some, testimonials. Okay,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon, Tim.
Oh, for the record, Tim Carney, Administrator of Educational Pathways, and we have Friends Forever International here today. If you recall, they already have approved programs through Learn Everywhere, and this is a second tranche of course offerings that they're proposing. And Steve and Alex are here today to introduce themselves and answer any questions you may have on their application.
So I'm Steve, I'm the Executive Director of Friends Forever, good to see some of you again and meet some of you for the first time. Actually gonna let Alex, who leads our program, take it from here, it's been a long day for you all, but I'm happy to answer questions as needed for sure.
Thank you. Angela, I wanna double check, is there any way to?
Yep, I'm gonna try it right now. I'm gonna give it a whirl, and if it doesn't work,
Cool.
just know that this video is embedded in your materials. But let's just see if I can do this. Oh, hold on.
I have, wait,
I've watched.
I watched it. You ready? Is it ready?
Yes.
Let's see if I can do it.
Oh, you got one? I did, thought it was him.
I think we've all seen it.
Oh, okay.
Was it attached to our packet?
Yes.
Oh, this is the like 9-minute version one?
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
you don't wanna
Yeah.
watch 9
No,
minutes.
never mind.
You guys might want to, but,
Okay.
We do have quite a few that highlight, our Learn Everywhere program specifically, but yeah, as Steve said, I'm Alex Caruso. It's great to be here with y'all. For those of you that have been here for a little while, this is the third time that you're seeing us sitting here, and you might be tired of us by now, and if you are, I'm so sorry. Just a little bit about my background. I'm a certified educator in Institute of Social Studies. I've worked in both public and alternative school settings, both in teaching and curriculum development. So it's very exciting to be bringing a lot of that here to Friends Forever and our Learn Everywhere program. For those of you that are a little bit newer and might not know about us, Friends Forever was started in 1986 by a Portsmouth Rotarian and YMCA director named Bob Raich, working with folks from Northern Ireland, Catholic and Protestant populations, and bringing groups here to a new location where, it's kind of what's called the contact theory of conflict transformation. Those early ideas of we're bringing two opposing groups to a neutral location in equal numbers and putting them in environments where they need to rely on each other. So a lot of our work during that time was international, and a lot of it was conflict-based, working with folks from Israel and Palestine and Northern Ireland and other portions of the world that experience conflict. And I know I've heard the word sustainability come up a lot here, and I know Steve won't talk about how incredible he is as an executive director, but part of our sustainability and ensuring our sustainability was during the pandemic. A lot of international travel was not able to happen. A lot of the way that we do things was not able to happen. So kind of readjusted our model and looked at, okay, our mission is to serve young people and to help young people become the best versions of themselves, to help their communities become the best version of itself. And how can we continue to do that? How can we continue to serve that mission? And conflict kind of felt too narrow for us. And there's a lot of maybe internal conflict that folks might be going through and things that people manage regardless of where they might be coming from in the world. So during the pandemic, kind of shifted our model in order to serve different populations, but also changing it so that it's 100% scholarship based, regardless of socioeconomic status. So we don't ask about what someone's family makes when they apply. We don't ask about their grades when they apply. We might ask them about the last time that they cried, or the last time they had to admit that they were wrong, or
Last time you could have helped somebody, but you didn't.
so a lot of things that really get them thinking about who they are in the world and knowing that they're up for a challenging program. So that's a little bit about kind of our background and turning to both nationwide programs that we offered during the pandemic. And through our nationwide programs, we served New Hampshire students, and we saw that that need was really here too. So shifted to also offering programs specifically for New Hampshire populations. So even though we've been around since 1986, our first group from New Hampshire was in February of 2023. And at that point, I was visiting schools, like begging them to we had scraped to get 7 kids in our first program. Like, it's gonna be great, I promise. And all of these programs are residential, intensive, and aligning with breaks within the academic calendar. And since then, we've really seen that demand grow. So that's been really exciting. And sorry, I just want to double check where I am here too. We've worked with, I know some of the stats and other pieces are flying around too, but well over 100 students at this point, representing 40 different schools in our state, representing all 10 counties and a lot of different communities here too. We've been able to build and foster relationships with a lot of schools. Just because we've been on just speaking to charter schools, I mentioned the Academy of Science and Design has sent numerous students. We worked with a lot of their students this summer, doing something like Newt Middle High School in Milton. We've worked with a lot of students there too. So we're finding particularly a lot of small rural schools that may not have the capacity to offer a lot of electives, that may not have an ELL coordinator, that may not be able to facilitate these experiences. They're able to send their students to us for that enrichment-based experience. The majority of what we've submitted today in our application is really using the same structure that we've built that we've submitted for the past 2 times. We really care about being that high standard for Learn Everywhere within the state of New Hampshire. And we really care about the academic rigor that we hold. We've added 2 new content areas, which was career exploration and math. With this update and our last update, we've talked to students and staff within schools and parents and really asking, what do you want to see? What do you want to learn more about that you may not have the capacity to in the space that you are right now? So a lot of that is really guided by that feedback that we have. And in terms of feedback too, we received some excellent feedback from the review team that we're immensely appreciative for Tim for getting such incredible people that really took that 300-something pages and really gave it a lot of time and effort too. So even using a lot of that feedback, we've deepened the competency alignment both with state and in some cases national standards as well, and further shown the rigor of the program and been able to really explain how in-depth that is. So it's really exciting to have started as an idea in February of 2023 and being in a place now where we've facilitated so many programs and we have that real demand throughout the state. Just to tell you about a couple kind of specific examples here too. I mentioned one of our alumni who's from Wakefield, New Hampshire. She had done a couple different programs with us and is the kind of student that wouldn't necessarily stand out to you in a school as someone who might be of a high need. She's very self-sufficient and isn't someone that would raise any red flags for you in an academic setting. And in a very large school where she attends, she wouldn't either. We had her present a speech at one of our events and she talked about how people always ask her what she wanted to be when she grew up. And she would always say, like, I don't know, I just have passion in so many things. Like, I'll narrow it down later. And that's a good answer. That gets adults to leave you alone. It's a great answer. They're like, yeah, you'll be fine. And what she kind of told us through our Friends Forever program was the reality of that wasn't that I had passion in so many things. It was that I didn't expect to live to adulthood. And she told us she expected to take her own life before she ever had to make that decision. And she's like, it wasn't until my Friends Forever program that I saw myself in the world. So that was really special. Of course, I'm in the back, like, crying. And then, yeah, it's like that's the kind of impact that we get to have. And then students that, you know, might not necessarily be the same caliber of, oh, they're academically incredible, we want to check in on them. We also had a program where, which is one of my favorites we did, that was focused on the art storytelling, which is one of our approved English courses, where we worked with an assisted living facility. And all of the students we had in that program, which was a much higher special ed population than we usually have, that was a 70% special ed population, we're usually around 34%, and I'd say over half of the students we had in that program were there because they failed English in their high schools. So they were coming to us as a credit recovery option for the summer. A lot of them were 16, 17. They said, I don't want to be in comp recovery. At school, it takes out time, and I need to have a job. It's this or it's dropping out for me. So that was the kind of population we had in that program. And in this intensive program, we learned a lot about storytelling and imagery, and we did all sorts of workshops around the concept of what makes a really good story. And we got to practice it in that kind of small space. And we paired them up each with a person from an assisted living facility where they sat down and they interviewed that person and recorded the conversation and asked them about their lives. And then they took that afterwards and they wrote a story from that person's life, from their own perspective. Went back to the assisted living facility, and all of these kids who barely wanted to stand up in a room and tell us their name stood at a podium in front of 80 people at that center and said, hi, like, my name is, and I'd like to share a story from the life of like this other person. So a lot of those folks have stayed in contact with their person, and there's something really special about being in two populations of people that aren't very often listened to in our world, both teenagers and elderly, being able to really hear and connect with one another. And then I think of one other, I could go on all day with like fun little stories like that, but one other I'll share with you is a student who's from Kearsarge Regional High School who attended a program with us in April as a writing and art focused program just over a year or so ago now. Yeah, April of 2023, so she was our second program. She special education student, has an IEP, came into it feeling like very nervous about, you know, coming into a space like this and having an IEP, and she was like, I feel like in a classroom I have one, but here, everything that you all do for me just works. It all fits it without even needing to try to. And you know, she did our program in April, and then she did a sailing program with us in August, where a bunch of our students were on this sailing vessel, the Dennis Sullivan, and spent a week sailing with World Ocean School and living on a boat together. Was so inspired by that she signed up and applied to do another program with them sailing in the Caribbean in December, kind of separately from us, but gained this real passion for sailing. And then in April that following year had done an immersion program with us at our campus in Annalong in Northern Ireland. I think it really benchmarks my head because her birthday's at the end of April. And so I got to see her from, you know, her 16th birthday to her 17th birthday have all these rich experiences. At this point in time, the student has now traveled internationally, had to live in multiple groups, has lived on a boat, and had all of this incredible lived experience in a year that she wouldn't have had otherwise. And she was a student that was struggling and not really feeling heard in the academic space that she was in. So yeah, it's really exciting to get to do the work that we do and to have the outcomes that we have and the faces and quotes to pass around the room to y'all today. I want to loop back to where our locations are, because I realized I heard a little bit of questions about that initially. We're primarily based in Durham, New Hampshire, where we have a farmhouse directly next door to our office, just off of Route 4. And then we also work out of our campuses in Annalong, Northern Ireland, and Belize. We're actually bringing a group of alumni, these are all adult, not necessarily New Hampshire-based folks, to Belize coming up in March. That's a little bit about us and where we are in the world. Happy happy to answer any questions. I could go on talking about the exciting things all day, but I want to see what y'all
What's
have
the
for
age
questions
range
for
of
us.
your
Yeah, for New Hampshire Race programs, 14 to 18. We have accepted applicants that are rising freshmen, so they might be on the, I don't think we've had anyone that's quite 13, but 14 to 18.
So we did talk about a school that's in the more western part of the state. And the reason why your program works for them is that you are not during the school year, you are during non-school windows.
Correct. We align with the breaks in the academic calendar. I know February in the past, historically, we've offered both the program the third week and the fourth week of February break to be able to meet students regardless of which break that they're on. We specifically try to align with those breaks, and when we say 100% scholarship too, we mean the transportation there as well. So if we have a student that applies and they say, hey, I'm in Keene and I can't get there, we will pick them up in the driveway. We've offered some more, some pickup locations that are closer to students. We've also picked them up right at their home. And down to the shirts that they wear for the duration of the program and the meals that they have, it's completely funded for them. So regardless of where they are in the state, have picked up a student in Colebrook and made sure that they could get there. I'm like, we'll be in the driveway in Colebrook, like I'm ready. So always making sure that it's
And one of the, sorry.
No, of course.
So like one of the programs, the courses that's up in this session for approval is one on continental exchange. So that's where we could work with their program Chris was talking about in Germany, et cetera. So that's where we could provide that sort of support in that program if they were interested. So I think what Alex got to, and then with the questions, we had original tranche programs, courses. These are ones that we were excited about, ones that our initial surveys have demonstrated a need for. And then we do so many sort of SWOT analysis, evaluations, surveys. This new group of cohort of courses all came from that. People saying, we'd love more things in the trades. We'd love something in math. We'd love you to expand upon these social studies programs. So it wasn't just us one day being like, wouldn't it be cool, although there's that part of it, but there's a big section of this is more of like data driven. These are the gaps, and I would say that's sort of what we're finding. Like we are now, as far as we know, with the caveat, we're the largest in-person, out-of-school provider of high school credits in the nation. So not just state of New Hampshire, in the whole nation. Partly that's because of the state DOE doing Learn Everywhere. I mean, that's a big component of it. However, I've had conversations, excuse me, with people who run Learn Everywhere in North Dakota. And they're like, how are you guys able to do this? Like they want to bring us out to North Dakota to either apply FI programs there or help them learn through this process. And I think to Tim's credit, the staff that we've worked with and what Alex said, is our goal has always been to be the absolute highest standard. Not just because that's what I demand, but we know that education is contentious because education is personal. I mean, if people didn't care about it, people would just say, yeah, go for it. You know, it's such a personal thing. Everybody has a relationship through their sons, daughters, grandchildren, their careers. I mean, living is learning, and if you're not learning every day or being a part of that, respecting that learning process, it's sort of like you've given up. And so for us, what we wanted to do is say, hey, anybody who has feedback, anybody who has questions, we thrive on that. Because A, that shows they care. If people are just sort of sitting there and just like, okay, whatever, we don't mind it, but we'd much rather have people who are passionate and giving us that feedback. So I think that was really exciting this time around, is to get a lot of feedback from parents, schools, in this new cohort that we did, where it's like, okay, how can we make this stronger? And then we made it stronger. You know, some of that feedback is really interesting, and for me, the proof is in the pudding. My mom was a teacher, she's retired. My sister's a teacher at public school. My brother-in-law is the principal of a Boat Tech school. You know, obviously, we have lots of people on our staff whose family members are teachers, et cetera. So I understand this whole issue, but the proof is in the pudding. We now have teachers who are sending their own kids to do Learn Everywhere programs. And to me, that's that shows, because they're not gonna waste their time, they're not gonna waste their son or daughter's time doing this. And so that's been the really exciting thing, is because we ask everybody, like, what do you do, you know, the parents, we do surveys. All the parents love part of what we do. They fill out goal setting forms for their sons and daughters. Like, what do you want to see when, you know, Christine comes home? What would you like to see as part of this process? They have to bring in guidance counselors, goal setting forms. These young people create their own goal setting forms. Then we work through that whole process. And I think that's the other sort of bridge we're trying to accomplish here, is that it seems sometimes there's these disconnected parties. There's the schools, there's the State Board of Education, there's parents, there's all these different groups in this constellation. And it's not a constellation, it's just a bunch of stars. What we're trying to do is actually create the constellation, so everybody sees how they fit in together. And I think because of, you know, where Alex mentioned our history and where we worked, and I've said this in the past, that's not just to demonstrate our history, that's to show we have a lot of experience bringing people who don't believe they have anything in common together and helping them understand you have a lot more in common than you thought, and working towards that goal. I think that's been the most exciting thing for us about Learn Everywhere, is to see it go from 7 kids to, you know, almost 200 in the past year. Part of that was driven a lot because we were able to get ESSER funding. So our challenges moving forward are like, okay, how are we going to keep meeting this demand? Because there is a huge demand now from it. I mean, we're waiting on the outcome of this meeting, but we have, every week, we've got guidance counselors, parents, students being like, what's the plan for 2025? So we're waiting to see what happens to give that plan. But I think, to me, without being too wishy-washy, I've been doing a lot of research around the country. This is an exciting model that the state has done here. This is something that is not happening anywhere else. And when we work with literally hundreds of community members who deliver this Learn Everywhere, people love being a part of education. They don't all have the degrees, but they don't need to have the degrees. You know, matching people up as healthcare professionals, as tax providers. The idea is that we, with all of this forward courses, any student can find their passion and apply it to learning. Because that's the key, is that they come to us, some of them apathetic. And our goal is to say, yes, you're gonna develop these competencies, you're gonna earn these competencies, you're gonna work hard to get these competencies, but they come out of it realizing that they love to learn. And if you can inspire that, that's great. But more importantly, there are people in the community who feel completely disassociated after the age of 18 or 22 with the education system. And they become apathetic, and now all of a sudden they're engaged, and they're like, I have a lot to teach. We provide them with the framework and the curriculum so that they're doing it appropriately, and it creates this really sort of natural synergy. So I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to do this, because it's just not out there.
Thank you for that feedback, that's really helpful. It is the only program like it in the country, and we're very excited. And we're very excited that you have come back for more. Because I remember when you were first here, that was one of our questions is, wait a minute, why can't we do more? I know that you couldn't take it on all at once, but I think it's very exciting. And your application was great, and I know that Tim and I had spoken before about the level of detail, and you came through with really thorough. Lots of pages, sorry about that, everybody. But we wanted to make sure that we saw the alignment and all the stuff, and you guys, the fact that you didn't even hesitate, like, yeah, look at that. Like, that was impressive, so I appreciate it. Any questions or comments?
I'll just, thank you for coming. A lot of what you said here today triggered a lot of nerves for me. And I guess, you know, the one thing I'll say as a former local school board member, one of the questions I always asked of a superintendent who evaluated the teacher was, does this teacher inspire a child to learn? Credentials are great. Does this teacher inspire a child to learn? And that's what I heard you say here. And it's just, again, it struck a nerve. The other thing is, you know, being former military, I traveled abroad. I was in North Africa. I interesting situation, and we kind of got into a debate with another foreign country. One of the things that one of these guys said was that, you know, you realize the majority of parents in the world want their children to have a good education and a better life. And that happened back in the early 80s, and I remember the conversation very well. And I think that's something that gets and I appreciate the story that you gave about that girl, how you, let's say, peel the onion. Because so often, it doesn't try to do. So, thank you.
To follow up on that very quickly, that was a young woman that I was speaking about. The course she took was empathetic debate, which of course we created, which is a whole new idea of debate, which was you only pass, quote unquote, when you both come to an agreement. So, which is a whole new take on it, because debate is normally about, I'm gonna win, you know, and I would watch them taking normal debate, people taking their notes, and all they're doing, you can see, they're just listening on how to win. And then you can see them stop once I heard what Drew said, and I'm like, oh, I got it now.
Yeah.
Then you can see people turn off, and I'm like, no, now you have to win by practicing language. But anyway, just a quick aside, she just sent us an email, she just got back last week. She went on to do such good debate at her school. She just got back from Panama, where she was a judge for the International Debate Society of the world.
She's wearing her Friends Forever.
And she's wearing her Friends Forever, which we really like. So it's, you know, not everybody is like that particular student, but it's again, it's about finding their individual passions, their purpose, and really aligning with it. And you know, thank you for bringing that up. We appreciate it. That's what we strive to do.
And there was, you know, another thing that came through in this application that you guys really highlighted in your initial application, which is just consistent with how you do everything. And you know, you talked about it in your initial, your first time here, was setting high standards, setting high expectations, but also forcing, like your program is structured to challenge the kids.
Okay.
And I love that reaction. Like that's exactly what makes you so powerful. That's what makes your program so strong, is that you're not telling the children, oh, is that hard? Well, here, let's find a way to do it softer. Oh, is that, you know, are you having an emotional problem here? Well, let's just make you feel better rather than give you the skills to work through challenges, which is how the real world, you're gonna face those in the real world. And you guys are doing so much for these kids in giving them skills to be successful in life, and just at a base level, much less to be leaders, which you're also doing. And the fact that now, you know, I'm assuming this is gonna get approved, so many options for New Hampshire students to go take so many courses and build those basic life skills, those leadership skills, and then those particular skills in areas that most of their schools won't be offering. I mean, it's just a tremendous opportunity. So I'm really glad that you guys have figured out how to do this and how to do it well. And I mean, the feedback that we've gotten from students over, you know, since the beginning, from the students themselves, you know, seeing them tell us, I didn't think I could do this. And they've changed my life. They've made me a strong person. They've made me a confident person. Now, like introverts who say, I will go talk to people now. I mean, these basic things. Because your model works. And that's just, it's really exciting. So, thank you for doing it and doing it so well. Do we have any other comments or questions? Motion?
We do a motion. I move that the State Board of Education approve the Friends Forever International Learn Everywhere initial application.
Second.
Yeah,
In the parking lot, come on in.
you can stop by.
I can't tell you, like, every time we get to Learn Everywhere, I'll go, gosh, I wanted to, I was going through your application. I wish I could take that class. I wish I could take that. Hello.
Yeah.
So good.
No, we really appreciate it, thanks.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, everybody.
All right.
And we do have a good board, by the way. We're that lucky board.
All right. Christine, are you able to give us an update real quick?
Accommodating my schedule, I really appreciate it.
Very, very. My husband
First of all,
works
we
with
have the
this,
teacher here.
and so we've been.
Sorry,
And that amazing woman who.
Thanks, Drew, I appreciate it.
Her mother was sick. How is she?
She's actually going to Belize. She was Belize in meeting.
Thanks, guys, sorry to
No,
hijack your meeting here.
That will please extend my best to her, and I see that all the time, so.
And there's friends of that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was her husband and my husband. She's our neighbor.
Bye, guys.
Okay, over to
Okay,
you.
I'll be real quick, and I have to say, I so appreciate and telling the story about, North Dakota, I know the commissioner over there,
Yeah.
wanted to do this kind of program, but just like the future quest, or future, think about if other states
Yeah.
had credits where kids, they could do different things in different states, Toronto, it's how exciting would that be for kids? But first is the Teacher of the Year nomination, it's that time of year again, so people in New Hampshire community can nominate teachers for this process, and what happens is first they get a nomination from someone who recognizes them and thinks they're wonderful and how they changed their lives, and then that teacher has to make the decision to apply. And traditionally, we get about 300 people nominating teachers, but that is really great for the profession to show how important and inspiring a teacher is, like you have said. So if you know people, if you have friends and family, please tell them that that program application is running and we're looking for it. And they're due February 5th, so it's
Now,
coming fast.
which teachers are we talking about? Any teacher?
Any teachers, any and all.
Charter school,
Charter
public school,
all
private
public.
school?
Yep. In the private school, yep, Bishop, or you had teachers from Bishop.
Do they just go to the website?
Yep, go to the website.
It's also running in the Friday Forum, I think, and they all receive that too, so you've been able to.
And it's really great to hear. And I think too, the other part that makes it, beautiful stories, and the teachers see these really personal stories that they might not have ever heard too. So it's just a nice process. Secondly, we had a grant that we had Pathways to Literacy Proficiency, and this is the second cohort that we've awarded to the schools so that they can make sure that their kids are learning how to read. And the schools that were awarded were Bow Elementary School, Dunbarton, Lincoln, New Hampshire, and Nashua, New Hampshire. So we're hoping to see great things from them. I think it's an opportunity for those teachers to get some great professional development and make sure the kids are reading. And then lastly, I think you saw on the news about the breach, Power School. And so just so you know, the board knows that we don't have any contract with Power School. Those are local contracts that are done within the schools. Power School is making sure that these teachers and the people that are students that are affected are changing their passwords. They're giving them lots of guidance and doing lots of things right now for them. The school did send out a letter to all of the people that were affected by that. And I would say that the school's a little disappointed in Power School because I think they found out on, say, like the 28th, and they didn't get informed until the 7th. So that's what it says in the letter that the school sent out, but again, that's what, those are all local things, that's not us. So those are my updates.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay. All right, let's do the, we'll make these Julie. Hey, Julie.
Hello, Julie Shea, Administrative Goals Coordinator. I only have 2 items for you today.
Steve Appleby, Division Director of Education for everyone. The first proposal, be mine, is an initial proposal, just housekeeping, cleanup of some rules. If you recall, we brought a fee schedule forward a little while back that changed the rate filing fee, renewal fee for our educators. Well, upon further discovery, we realized it's elsewhere in our rules. So we're bringing that forward to remove that number from the rules, so it's only in the fee table moving forward. And at the same time, also fixing another issue in our rules, which is to say that currently it says by July 1, when really it should say by June 30th. Because they have till 11:59 on June 30th to renew. It implies currently they have till 11:59 on July 1, and that's not the case. So
And it is June 30th in other places as
it
well.
is, right. So again, it's more housekeeping than anything else.
I move that the State Board of Education approve the initial proposal for ED 509.04 and ED 509.05 relative to late filing and fees regarding licensure renewal.
Second. Oh, there you go. Good, Jim.
Second.
Jim on it, okay.
All right.
Especially someone's gonna take the motions from there.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
The second item we have is the final proposal for ED 321. These were just adopted in July and they've been brought forward because there was a change to the statute, so now charter schools can now apply. The goal was to get these before the board and hopefully approve them so that they can be effective April 1, so that schools can then use these rules to do the application. The changes that were made in this version were based off the OLS suggestions for clarity, referencing the statute. There were a few items from the public comment that were added in, and we also have a new public comment requirement that started in December. And so you'll see the draft of that, but essentially we have to put forward in the public comment report all of the public comment that was received, and if we did not include it in the proposal, why that was. And so you'll see that in the draft that some of the things that were in the public comment simply aren't feasible because the statute doesn't allow for it or the rules don't allow for it, and some of it just didn't make sense operationally, but there's an outline of what we used and where we put it and then which pieces we did not bring forward. So I don't know if there's any questions.
So hopefully we see you in March.
Yeah, April, because it has to go to, so it'll go to jail car in,
February.
nope, no, you're right, March, yes. Yes, because I wanted to get it to you in March so that the April date was going to be effective, yes.
All right.
All right, I motion to approve the final proposal for ED 321 relative to school building aid.
Second.
All in favor?
Arms raised for a second.
It had to go to jail.
Yeah.
All right.
There's a big pause there. Why isn't someone?
That's charter school, so
immediately.
It's all deference.
Thank you, Julie.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have, I put on for open board discussion, the board composition at Jim's urging request, which is something we've talked about for a long time. And so Jim came forward with sort of, do you wanna just?
Yeah, I didn't think it through as if it was language to be used or to be considered. I took it as if I were to be updating the Wyndham Academy Charter or a charter tomorrow for the board and to set forth board composition and guidelines for a board, how would I word it? And I took some recent charters, I think it did come from Wyndham, it did come from Founders of one of those, and I just put some updated language and I put it in blue. Some of the things that I had mentioned here, you've heard us talk verbally. If I could just read off some of these, one of which is like trustees are to represent me. These are just my ideas. Okay. Trustees are to represent a diversity of stakeholders in the school community. Each board member shall be brought on with only one such category, within one such category. Either parent trustees, minimum of 25%, not to exceed 50, or non-parent trustees, minimum of 25%, not to exceed 50. The idea is to have a balance of parents and non-parent trustees. Whatever that percentage is, whatever that breakout is, you need, in my humble opinion and experience in charter schools, you need to have parent involvement without a doubt. Okay, you have to have that. And to have that that on the board level is extremely important. But you also need dispassionate non-parents as well to counterman and hopefully think more objectively. So the idea there is, that's not their only hat that they wear, but that the lawyers, the business leaders, the educators, they fall into one of those two camps. So you can have that balance. And then another something here that I put in, each shall hold a 2-year renewable term, whatever the term is, for these roles. And the roles that I think are important, and once again, you may feel differently, they may not make the cut, but educator, I said at least one educator, not employed by the school, I just put that in to make that clarification. Business professionals, a minimum of 2 with demonstrated accounting business experience. It could be a pizza shop owner from the town, it could be, you know, a teller from the local bank, someone with business experience. A lawyer, Jim, I don't know, maybe this is good, maybe this is bad, but I do feel that there should be some legal help without going to outside legal counsel. It kind of makes sense if there's someone in the community. A founder, minimum 1 from the original approved charter document. That way someone's not just, I don't know, it gives longevity, it gives clarity. It's a person or persons or one of the original founders, or a spot for them if they want to continue on the organization. And then there's another one in here for major contributor. A lot of boards like that because it's, I'll just be candid, it's a way to get people or major donors to say, you know, I'll give you $100,000 if I can be on your board. But by breaking this out and keeping this clean from educators, business professionals, founders, and the like, we ran into it earlier with the discussion with the one application where they didn't have a board laid out already. It's nice, and I think we absolutely, in my opinion, have to have verbiage, or charter schools have to have verbiage in their charters that state what the structure and the requirements or placeholders are for their board seats going forward, because it needs to outlive them. It needs to be in there. They can have a great board day 1, but that board could dissolve and it could be a bunch of train wrecks year 2. It's got to be codified. So that's the intent. I get into some other things down below about board advisors, but that's more of a want than a need.
So I agree philosophically about providing greater guidance and clarity of guidance around what the board makeup should be. So having this conversation, I really totally think is valid, and I think we have to figure out what vehicle we would want to use to advance this, to codify this, right? From there, I think there's a dialogue about what this group looks like, right? Because major contributor, I understand why, but it's like, what qualifies as major contributor, right? Like the lawyer, yes, I get it, no offense to but I also think, right, business owners, you bring up the pizza shop owner might be easy to get. Some of the charter schools that come from us, a lawyer might be a little more difficult. I'm not saying that should not make that on the list, but I think a robust dialogue of what that group looks
and
like.
that's what we're trying to do, is just have that conversation, because this is kind of like an ideal.
This is ideal. It could just be educators and people with business acumen. You can lump.
Yeah, we can, look, this is what we're gonna have this discussion, right? You could do it, the model could be sort of like Jen laid out, whereas you have, we write into rule, or we ask the legislature to write into law, slots. And every slot has to be specific occupations. Or, there's lots of ways you can structure it. I mean, you could just say, look, your board has to have at least 1 business owner, donor, well, if you go down the list. So some of these things are, so the business owners, I can't imagine people with business finance experience, anybody would disagree with that, I think, given our experience. But in terms of fleshing out the list, just to go down, educator makes sense. Lawyer makes a lot of sense to me.
It's just going to be difficult.
But that's my concern with lawyer, is that in certain communities, that might be a really tough, for certain communities and certain schools, that might be.
Can you say legal expertise?
Well, I don't know. I don't know that that role has to be a board member. In other words, it's very useful if you have a large board.
Let me restate, this is extremely ideal.
Yeah,
This is not, I'm not saying that this is, if I were to do it tomorrow, this is what I would aspire for.
Yeah.
It could be as simple as, I would love to see a requirement where there's a requirement for parents and non-parent trustees in some capacity, that's one. Two, a requirement where somehow, where there was people with business acumen, to the chair's comment, someone with business experience, and educators. I mean, you had at least a minimum of those two. Beyond parents, non-parents, educators, and business, that alone right there is a victory on board.
That's
I
a
mean,
floor.
all of this is ideal that I typed in.
Yeah, and I think that's just up to us to have that discussion. Like, how would we structure it? What kind of model would we use? What do you guys think is, because again, if we write this into rule or the legislature writes it in a statute, it would be a mandate that they can't deviate from. So, as with all rulemaking, you have your aspiration and then you have reality, and you gotta make those two fit. I mean, the business and finance experience is just an obvious requirement. There's no shortage, even in small towns, of people with that, and if you don't have it, you're very likely to fail.
I don't want to dig my heels in on this, but I do feel strongly about diversity of parent and non-parent.
Well, that's already required, you already have a requirement to have at least 2 parents or 25%, I forget the exact statute, it's 2 parents or 25%.
Right, and the community member.
But
And a community member.
with that, you can have all parents.
Yeah, but I think your point is well taken, that we should clarify, you shouldn't have a board of all parents. I mean, I think that's just, you need some people who are detached from the emotions of the school. Yeah, I mean, I think that's just obvious. So if that's not spelled out in the statutory requirements, we may absolutely think of just putting in there some percentage of your board has to be non-parents, because that could become a problem as well.
Yes.
Because as you know, as we've seen,
Conflict of interest.
well, you get factions. I mean, part of this is to have some distance from the factions. So obviously you'll get factions on a board over years, and we've seen that. But you also get very passionate factions of parents. And if you have a certain number of board members who are not part of that,
Right, no.
that's really helpful.
So, since I've been here, I've witnessed,
Yeah.
a charter school of 35 students,
Yeah.
but we also heard like 280.
Yeah.
So, is it possible that we could think about something scalable?
Oh, that's interesting.
Because, this is a great starting point, but if I was to take and apply this to a charter school of 30 students,
Yeah. Yeah, right. That's a good
that's
point.
a heavy hit, but if it's a charter school of 280, so there's some sort of a threshold or.
Right, so we could have certain qualifications for everybody. You have to have business, finance experience, you have to have, what's that?
And an educator.
Yeah, an
So
educator.
it's almost
you
like
have to
you
have
have, you have core.
Yeah.
I think you were kind of talking about like core,
Yeah.
and then
As you
go
scale
beyond
up.
that as it increases in size.
Right.
I
Right.
don't
Beyond a
want to
certain-
micromanage or be onerous in any way. And by the way, the educator, you sometimes run afoul, or I think we run afoul, or they run afoul, where it's an educator who works at the school.
Yeah, that can't, that's,
Yeah, I just, you gotta have a little bit of,
Well, that's consistent with the public schools.
it's done though. Unfortunately, there's a lot of,
You can't be a school board member if
Yeah.
you're a teacher. I'm saying. You could be an educator of another community school.
exactly. And that's easy enough to spell out.
Yes.
I think we had some, like, early on, we did have some confusion about that. As we've had confusion about the appropriateness of having couples. So, you know,
Or parents and children.
yeah, parents and children, yeah. So,
proper venue be though. I mean, I think that was the core crux of your question. I mean, how, is this a recommendation, is this a rule?
well, it would have to be either a rule or statute, one or the other. We'll work on that as we go through what the best option would be.
Would you want to consider any provisions of the board having the ability to waive certain requirements in the event of unusual circumstances?
Yeah, so here's what I was thinking. I know that Hal gave some feedback on online to this initially, and one of the things, and I'm happy to have you up here and give some of that feedback, but one of the things that struck me that you had brought up, Tal, which caught my eye as well. So we don't want to trap them in a situation, or give them a situation where they accidentally fall out of compliance because of a resignation on the board, right? So I think we would have to have some language in there that said, look, your board composition must have a spot for, you know, these. It becomes tricky when you do have board resignations. So if your business member resigns, you're immediately out of compliance. So we need, if we're gonna require those members to be permanently present on your board, then we'll need a window, say 3 months, right? If one of your required members resigns or gets kicked off or whatever, you lose that member, you have 3 months to replace that slot, right? So if we don't put that language in there, then we'll accidentally trip them up, and we don't want to have that.
So another point, and again, this comes from the charter school videos, I'm not sure if this applies to New Hampshire or if it's a national, but it talks to who can start a charter school, and one of the groups is a group of 10 or more parents. So if that was the group, started a charter school here, it.
Well, I mean, so I think what that anticipates is parents will start a school, but that doesn't mean their board of trustees will be all parents.
Right. So it's just, again, it's just for us to keep in our minds that's a scenario, and so we would say to this group, fine, only 2 of you can be on the board, and
Yeah, or
let
for
them
like
invite.
whatever percentage we come up with as the cut for like no more than half your board can be parents of kids at the school. They can be parents, but I think that's the issue is because we don't want to. We just want to make sure there's balance of interests.
Can I
Yeah.
throw out 1 or 2 more? One's like kind of the third rail of charter school board. Tal, you can chime in as well. With a normal school, with a traditional public school board. Traditional public school board, you're elected by the parents in town. With a charter school board, typically it's like Survivor, it's the board voting on new members.
Yeah.
And it becomes sort of a clique. Is that out of our purview?
Well, so the difference is obviously if you're a district public school has a tax base, so it's a whole different animal than a charter public school, which has to raise money, which has to, it's got to be its own self-governing freestanding organization. So it's a completely different animal in terms of the board. There aren't any requirements on a public board because that would be the government placing restrictions on the people as to who they can elect. Whereas this is you're forming a nonprofit to run a public school, so it's a completely different beast. You would want a variety of viewpoints on a public board, but you can't on a district board. But you can't mandate that because that would be a conflict against the will of the voters who might have other.
I only bring that up because, I mean, school with 400 students, and count how many parents in the town, and they're upset with something on the board, and they don't have a say to vote. I mean, they really don't. They can rally.
Yes, they do.
Oh, you're
You're looking at one, you're looking at another, you're looking at this one, we're all board members,
But yeah.
board members who were elected.
I'm talking charter.
The charter school.
Forgive me.
You're talking about the charter school being
We're
elected.
talking charter school boards here,
Yeah.
and a charter school board, I mean, I've had parents come up and say, why aren't new people voted on by the parents? I get it's the way it is. I didn't know if there was anything we could do in that, or we just leave that one alone.
Well, I mean, it's
That's a good
interesting. It's an interesting thing to ponder. I think we just got to keep in mind that it's a nonprofit organization, and so it's got to function. You don't want to create a mechanism, and maybe there's a way to do that. Say one seat should be, but you don't want to create a mechanism where it destroys itself, right? So
Your concern is a self-perpetuating clique.
Exactly. Most charter schools, and I'm not gonna name names, if you go through the charter schools, after their first 3 years in existence, most have sort of like call it a civil war, and they shake things out, and they kick people about it, it's like Survivor, and they go through a cultural shock.
I think a lot of nonprofits do in general. You know, that sort of early phase of everybody's coming home, the mission and all that.
5 people making the decisions on who's running things as opposed to the population which they serve.
So what you're saying is there should be some vehicle of voicing your concerns, interests, dreams for the school.
I would love to see some voice for the parents.
And don't charter schools conduct meetings? Yeah, but
Yes,
public
and they can
meetings.
speak up and they can yell and they can rail, and frankly, they do on occasion make change. They do. But to your point, if there's, and I don't know, this, once again, if this is micromanaging, I'll back off, but if there's a way for somehow it to be stated like, if one seat, the
So I do feel like the
board is voted on by the parents.
charter school, like, and you are far closer to the charter school, right? Like that, they're more beholden to the parents. The population base is so much smaller. Parents are actually only a percentage of the electorate in that community, right? So like when I think about who votes for school boards, public school boards, not charter school, like it's taxpayers, not
exactly
parents. So you could get a very mobilized non-parent taxpayer base to drive the election of someone, vice versa. Very mobilized parent base,
But in a charter school, you wouldn't have a non-parent vote. You wouldn't.
Right.
You
So I
wouldn't.
think,
They have
wouldn't the
no
parent,
interest whatsoever.
wouldn't the parent membership on the board be that voice of the parents? I know
I think
concerns like
that's what it's intended to be.
That's what it's intended to be, right? So like if they're not performing that.
The other,
I'm just floating an idea of what we're
Yeah, oh yeah, no, totally. Like I think about.
It's almost like.
But the other piece is that parents aren't mandated to send their child out of school.
so you just got the point I was.
So they can walk.
They can walk. So that's the parent voice.
It's back to, and they, so it's up to the board to ensure that they are providing that level of service for
Right.
the students that are gonna leave.
Exactly. The parents exercise their voice by coming to meetings, by, you know, making their requests heard, and if they get really frustrated, they can leave. Like, unlike in traditional public schools, much harder to do. So.
That was just one topic.
I think it's worth considering, but.
Yeah, I think it's a challenging issue you're trying to resolve, which is an evident problem in the charter school world, strength of governance. I think, and I'm sort of trying to divorce my DOE hat from my former charter school leader hat, and I think the first thing is language has always been aspirational, and what we're talking about is a requirement. And when you put it into a requirement, you're sort of defeating the very spirit of charter schools, and that's the flexibility and semi-autonomy that you gain with opening a charter school. The next piece or concern I would say is oversight and enforcement. Like what kind of mechanisms is this gonna then trigger, and what happens when a charter school loses Joe's sandwich shop owner and they can't find any other business person? Or you mentioned the attorney thing, that is gonna be tough to fill. It would also raise questions. Somebody's providing legal advice to a school, but they're not an attorney and employee of the school, how that works. And then I think there was language about founders in there, and my concern, I from personal experience, like I had a school in DC, and our founding organization had a big breakaway from where the school was 12 years later. And if we were saddled with having to have founders vote once a year for what they thought was right for a school, that our founders were in Maine, our population was in DC. 12 years later, those founders really didn't have a lot of interaction with our students and families, but yet they're gonna vote on the direction of the school. We kind of evolved and our charter had been amended, so that kind of situation would concern me as a charter leader to be saddled with that. I do think there's a place for voice, but when it becomes a formal vote for a direction of a school, it would be concerning.
Yeah, I think it's also concerning for that reason, but also we hope that these schools will last decades. So at some point, the founders are all going to move or die. You know?
Yeah, and that was the other one.
Yeah.
It's a terminal position. At some point, you're out of founders.
Once again, we're talking the specifics of an aspirational document.
Yep.
At the core of it all, if I were to raise my hand and say, what can we do if I had one wish, it'd be the two things we talked about. It'd be some, and not micromanaging, just a minimum threshold of a certain percentage of parents and non-parents, so there's diversity of parents and non-parents.
So
second, that there's at least business leaders from the local community, it could be a pizza shop owner or whatever, on that board in addition to educators. After those two things, I'm done. I think that's really impactful.
Yeah, and I would agree that, I mean, I think our experience in charter school oversight here is that if you don't have an actual board member sitting on your board who has finance or business management experience, at least one, preferably you have 2 or 3 of those or more, but if you don't have at least one, you very quickly can get yourself into financial trouble, management trouble. So, and they're plentiful in New Hampshire, to find somebody who has, it could be a retiree, we don't have, somebody who has a background in business or finance, and if we put it that way, it could be a banker, be an accountant. I think that's just a minimum requirement that we ought to, it makes sense for the success of the school. Like, we're trying to make these schools be successful, and we've just seen so many problems with that.
And we have statistics that show that.
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't have that voice on the board, actually on the board. So, because we've had, well, we know some people, they're not on the voting board, and they're not seeing the books, that's a problem.
So, I think it sounds like there's a consensus, or at least majority here, who think this is a good idea to move forward with it, like some rule, something like this is a rule. What is the next step to get that in motion?
Well, it would be an initial proposal, but I just wanted to I didn't want to come up with an initial proposal because I wanted to see what everybody thought about it, because there's just so many different ways you could do it, and I appreciate Tal's feedback here because I think that's really important. And Jim saying right from the outset, like, we don't want to micromanage to the point that we create problems. We're trying to make sure, use our experience to prevent problems from happening. So you have to do that with a bit of a light touch, but I think some level of mandate in a rule or statute, if it winds up being statute, would increase the odds that new charter schools become successful and increase the odds that existing schools continue to exist. And so, one of the problems that we found is just that we do have some nonprofit, particularly a problem with people who are passionate about education but don't have organizational experience. And I think that's the key, is that we're really trying to make sure that you're running the day-to-day business operation competently. That's, I think, the biggest problem we have. So trying to make sure we have the ability to direct their board composition in such a way that at least increases the odds. We're not going to prevent every failure. I mean, we had one nonprofit that had a leader with decades of nonprofit management experience, and they didn't do well. So sometimes a bad leader can come in with a lot of good experience, but at least there's a hedge against failure is the way I look at it.
I would say if it goes statute, my concern with that would be if we bring it up,
Yeah.
does it end up, do we get micromanaged a lot more than what we're asking for?
Okay.
So I lean towards more rule.
I prefer rule, because
I think when you look at the statute, the statute as it's written now,
Yeah.
I feel like we're already empowered as an extension of the legislative body.
I think so too, but I think we just want to make extra sure that everybody's on board, that we can do this going forward, rule. But I think my purpose is rule for 2 reasons. 3 reasons. A rule's more flexible to change. It takes less time to change a rule. Takes sometimes years to change a statute. Statutes, once we introduce it, they can tack on anything they want. So it might end up being worse by the time it gets through committee. So that's a risk. And then, it can be a problem if it's just rigid in
I
statute.
just get concerned, could it ultimately get politicized?
Yeah.
But our intent
Yeah.
here, and I think there was an agreement, is in the interest of students.
Yeah.
Interest of students, making sure that the
Right.
school is the same.
Right.
I think ultimately this is what we're looking for.
Yeah.
We want consistency for students. We don't want charter school open up 3 years and close.
Yeah.
Because that's not good
So the other thing I wanted to, and I'm glad maybe we can ask Tal about this. So when they, I don't recall offhand what the statute says. Maybe you can refresh me on this if it does say it all. Want to make sure that when we're issuing a charter, we're actually issuing it to an organization that has accountability and responsibility. So it seems to be a little bit of a question mark on, do they have to have their nonprofit form founded first? Do you recall what's in statute, how it's
So the way I understand it, they could be the 10 or more parents, the certified teachers, or the nonprofit. What we found is if they go the parent route or the certified teacher route, that's great, but then there's no organization behind it, and then we can't put grants attached to 10 parents. And so I basically told every group, it's just a lot easier if you do the nonprofit route, and that's the way we've gone.
That's my recollection, because we're always getting from nonprofits. I'm reluctant to give a charter for legal purposes. It makes if you give a charter to just 10 individuals, well, who's responsible if they raise money? You have to have a nonprofit legally, even to raise money. Like you can't just go out as an individual and ask people for money. That's illegal. So
it's either a nonprofit or an existing public school district are the two.
If you're doing a
Makes
district
sense.
model type thing.
yeah, but we don't do those. I mean, the districts would do their own charters.
Is there a board? There's a board to that governing nonprofit.
Yes.
But that board is not necessarily the board that takes over, which is kind of the subject of
Well,
that.
yeah, it's a little bit.
It's another gray area.
That's another problem we're gonna. That we actually have to get addressed at the legislature, because they're creating one nonprofit that then creates a school that has a separate board of trustees, and you've got two boards, and
That's fine.
it can be a mess.
For example, when I brought up, you have a board for your current nonprofit, but they didn't have a board for their school.
Yeah, right.
And that board for their nonprofit, she really didn't get into a lot of detail about that particular, and it was probably a great board,
Yeah.
but it wasn't the one they wanted for the school.
Well, that's typical. So, that's a statutory issue that we can't really address. But in terms of the board of trustees composition, I mean, my preference is obviously rule with a light touch, because I agree if we get too prescriptive, we can create problems with schools.
Yeah.
So,
I have a recommendation that I'll float out there,
Sure.
and just for thought. Take all the stuff that I gave, toss it aside for a second, it's all
Sure.
aspirational.
Yeah.
But if you boil it down, you mentioned the parent, non-parent is just a little language to clarify that, to fix that. And the only real tweak we need is to maybe put in a requirement for one
Yeah.
business, the person with a business acumen, a resume, and whatever.
I would even say, and just to throw it out for discussion, if we use the term business, you might actually eliminate people with extensive nonprofit experience who have real management, financial experience. So maybe we could say organizational management experience,
Financial management experience.
financial management experience, or accounting. Like you can. Does it matter to you guys? You both have business experience. If it's accounting, so if you get an accountant in there, maybe they didn't run their own business. They're different skill sets, but they're similar. Does it either or matter to you? Do you want to say
You
financial?
need somebody who understands cash flow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I kiddingly always say about someone running a pizza shop.
Yeah.
I mean, but I'd rather have some local yokel in the town who ran a small hair salon or pizza shop than someone who had nonprofit experience in California 8 years ago.
Yeah.
But I see your point.
Well, but it would have to be management, right? So we could write it in such a way as you couldn't come in and say, well, I was a staffer in some nonprofit. Like you would have to have executive management experience, right? Maybe we don't use the word business, but we say executive manager. I'm just throwing out language.
To me, the requirement, do they just say, hey, this person is this, or do they provide, like I said, going down the micromanagement path, I'm sorry, but a resume to the person, they show the bio of the person.
we use business experience as a proxy for, I think, a skill set that might be a little broader than just business. So that's my point, is that we should think about how we word the skill set that we want. And that's not something I think we have to do today. I'm just throwing it out there to say, let's think about what sort of executive financial management experience do we want, and maybe we write the skill set in there as one option.
I think what Jim brought forward, excellent start.
Yeah.
I think really just coming up with an outline, the concept we're looking for, then we can drill into the specific language, but, making sure it's scalable.
Right.
Talk about all the topics we get as the next step. I don't see this as something we're gonna do real quick.
No, and that's why I wanted to just introduce the discussion, and we can have more discussion.
I also look forward to comment, as we proceed through this.
Well, Tal's invaluable because not only does he have the staff experience here, but he was a charter school manager for a long time, so that insight's very valuable. On a similar topic, it's different than the board composition, but we also don't have a requirement. That's what we dealt with today. And just something for discussion. Do we want to add a requirement that you need to have your board of trustees lined up when you come here? And as a condition to get the charter, we want to see who your trustees are.
I would, my opinion
Yeah.
is it's either one or the other. You either have a board that we can say, wow, that's a great board, that's fantastic, or you have it codified in your charter that spells it out. Maybe we're not mandating you have to spell it out, but if you spell it out and you don't have them present, I'm good with that. That means you're going to have that.
So if we make it a rule that we have to have this, and part of the approval process will be demonstrating that they have the people that fit these criteria. So it's almost like built into the assumption, if we make a rule saying you're required to have these members of your board, we would have to at least see those members of the board in order to approve a charter.
I would love to, and I'm talking within circles maybe, but if we're authorizing $1.5 million of money going to this organization, we're not, I know the grant comes later, I get all of that, but we're authorizing the school to be run by a certain cohort of people. You wanna see those people, you wanna at least meet those people, you wanna at least know that those people are competent to run the school.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the gut feeling anyway, the comfort level, but then again,
I was just gonna add too, I know Caitlin and Liz Brown are working on some potential language where there's essentially an approval of charter and then there's approval to operate. And so approval of charter might not have necessarily all the specific board requirements spelled out, but they can't operate until you guys have had a chance to review the board and then give them the approval to operate.
I think there's something to be said for that.
Yeah,
I like that.
That creates
I like it a
another
lot.
step for them to come back for additional approval.
Half
So
the time we're asking them to.
Right, that's right.
Once again, could that second board approval, operation approval change because it's somehow subjective and
Well, no,
a different board composition?
Well, what I think they would be going for, what we can certainly suggest is something along the lines of, because we've talked about this a lot because of the strange way the state does it, a sort of vague way, is we get a nonprofit organization that has, it's a legal entity that has it's incorporated, it's got some responsibility and accountability, it's not just an individual coming. So we have an organization to grant a charter to, that's gotta be clearly established. They've gotta meet certain criteria. And then they get the charter, then they put all the other things in place. So they've gotta get their school, they've gotta put their board together, they've gotta do all the extra things for the actual school. Then they come back to us when they've accomplished those requirements, which will be spelled out in a separate list of requirements. So you get the requirements to get your charter, then you have a separate list of requirements to begin operation. And it's another list of checks. And they come back to us later when they've met all those. And so you could structure it in a way that, okay, you guys have a nonprofit, we see your board here, we could require, not out of the question to say, okay, your nonprofit board has to have business experience, has to have like whatever. then we have separate requirements for the board of trustees that they have to assemble, and they have to come back to us with that board of trustees or they can't open. So it makes it a two-step process rather than the current one-step process that has some holes in it.
I was gonna add too, I think it'll also address issues like, say, at coastal waters,
Yeah.
because they'd be appearing before you for final approval versus just simply the facility sign off,
Yeah.
which got messy because of
Yeah.
just timing and whatnot, so.
Yeah, I think that just unfortunately has to be done.
Yeah.
Because of our experience with a place like that.
Absolutely.
Well, and it's not just their board, but as we just said, it's also you potentially haven't been able to secure a facility, and so they come back for that
Sure.
second
Yeah,
operation,
exactly.
it's two things, it's, you got the board and you got the facility, and we will sign off on you now.
But, and I would add, I think where we can feel a little bit of, how do we make this call is opening in yurts a substantial deviation from what you proposed in your charter?
Yeah.
We're not comfortable making that decision, like, to me, that's a sort of state board level decision. Does yurts qualify as
Yeah.
what you said you were gonna do in your original charter,
Yeah.
so.
Well, another thing to think about is just sort of, I think we'd have to look at how other states do it. But there at least is an argument for having the initial organization that we grant the charter to be the school.
Yeah.
With the board of trustees, so we're skipping the step of, well, you have to create one nonprofit organization, and then you have to establish a school, and over time, you've got this conflict between the two different governing boards, and you have this weird structure that I don't think certainly other states don't, not every other state does it this way. So, but that's in statute. But something for us to talk to legislators about is, do we want a pathway that just streamlines that and says, you put together a school, trustees, blah, 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 you get it all together, and you come to us and we can grant that school the charter. And the school has to be a nonprofit, we take the requirements for the nonprofit, you can't be a for-profit school to get it. Because when that statute was created, it was in the very early days of charter schools. People didn't know how it was done, we didn't have a lot of experience with those states, now we do, and I think we can see some issues there, so I think that's worth talking to legislators about, if they just wanna do a one-step process.
If we have that process in place, our charter school in Dover that closed never would have opened.
Yeah, that's right. And that's, I think, I want more feedback on this from the field and everything, but I think that's probably ultimately what would probably be a really good option, is to just have the school be created as the nonprofit and come to us, and we're giving a charter to the school, rather than have, what essentially we're forcing them to create two separate organizations. It's clunky and cumbersome, and I'm sure other states don't do it this way.
I just wanna make sure that, from my standpoint, that the structure they create,
Yeah.
I wanna give them all the freedom in the world. Charter schools are laboratories, innovative laboratories. I don't wanna micromanage, but I also wanna not have it, I wanna be able to not catch it after the fact that their chairman is also employed by the school, or husband of the director, or,
Yeah.
I mean, I just, there's gotta be some safeguards that are preventing, and it's not just what I think is wrong. The failures of some of the schools that we've seen have been
Preventable.
aided. Yeah, they've been preventable, but they've been aided down that path because of some of these
You want to ensure,
messy
you want to
relationships.
ensure sustainability.
I absolutely want to, yes. I want
So
it
how
to be
do you-
set up properly. Just give them the minimum standards to set up and.
Well, I think part of it is just the fact that they're running the school itself is a nonprofit that has a certain organizational structure and financial needs. And that aspect of it really doesn't get fleshed out well enough in statute, that we're not just creating a school because that school doesn't have taxing authority, it has to have a high level of management competence, business management competence. And so I just think our experience has led us to the conclusion that if we don't require it, we're gonna continue to see school struggle.
What have other states done?
Well, that's what I think we should look at is, maybe we can find
We can
somebody
explore that.
somebody in the office who can do some research.
Yeah, no, we can certainly pull up some information for that.
Yeah. And there are charter school sort of umbrella organizations that probably have all that stuff listed already. I'm sure we can find it relatively easily. It would be really useful to see what other states are doing.
If you guys are okay in the meantime, that I continually ask these questions
Yeah, of
about
course.
their board composition
Of course.
until we get them.
Have at it.
Yeah.
You have to.
Well, as
Quick
long as
question
Angela-
on
As
that?
long as Angela puts me in another seat, so.
Just from a practical standpoint, so with regard to that, so next month and the month after, we're potentially gonna have 2 or 3 schools coming before you, so I can properly prepare them. Is the expectation you would like to see prospective board members attend en masse with them? Or are you looking for a breakdown of who these prospective board members are? Is that sufficient?
I'm just one of many, but I would say either or.
Yeah,
Either
That's
or.
me.
Yeah,
That's
I
me.
agree.
Either it's codified
Mm-hmm.
so that they fill the slots, whatever they deem are the slots, and we can look at it and say, well, that works or that doesn't work. Or there's people here that we can look at and say, oh, that's fantastic, or we might need, either or.
Okay.
I think it comes down to what sells, what's gonna sell better to the board, and they can make that discretionary decision. The more they have, I think, better.
Patel, you know this, you've been doing this a long time, you know me and you know us, that if you're advising them, if you could just make, gentle suggestions that the board is looking for business acumen and diversity. I mean, I'm sure you say that anyway.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, if you didn't notice the first 25 minutes of
It was
today's
perfect.
presentation,
Perfect.
believe me, they were drilled on like
No,
press your business and
I
professional
like
acumen.
that.
So,
Yeah, good.
no, definitely doing that.
Thank you.
Jim, on your question about asking the questions that you always ask, just keep in mind that our mandate is to ask about and make sure the applications conform to the requirements of the statute. And one requirement of the statute is whether or not it has governance and organizational structure and plan.
Yep.
So you're
Absolutely.
hitting the statutory mandate by asking those questions.
Ken's giving me dagger eyes.
It's just they all start looking over mine.
It's because you're wearing red.
You can, if you get here early enough, Ken, you can swap the nameplates and sit over there.
I don't think it's so sit over by hand.
Yeah.
Get protection.
I like it. It's so pleasant to sit next to. It's nice. Yeah.
I have slipping treats on the table.
Tal, I like that idea of the step 1 and step 2, if that's something you guys are considering.
Well,
I'd love to take credit for it, but that Caitlin and Liz have been working on that, so.
But I would like to blow that up a little bit and just say, why do we even need 2 steps if we can have the option to do it in 1 step and just have the school itself form as a nonprofit and come to us with its trustees already, and it's a school.
Can we do that without legislation? Can we say that
Well, the legislation says they can be the parents or the teachers or the nonprofit, and that's.
if
so-
it's the nonprofit, can it be the nonprofit that becomes the school?
Well, then that raises the next question. You've got 35 schools, and many of them were started by unaffiliated nonprofits. Like theoretically, Boys and Girls Club of Greater New Hampshire could open a charter school,
Yeah.
and they have a board.
Yeah.
But that's not the board that would be running the school.
Right. So in
Based
other
on the
words,
language.
No, and I think it's not that we do away with the current language, but maybe we create an option for somebody to create because I think that's what was originally anticipated, is that you would have, because 20 years ago, it was, people expected a charter school would be created by a large organization. And we had it written in the statute that it has to be a nonprofit because there was a lot of concern that it would be a for-profit company coming in to create all these schools and to compete with the public schools. So that's kind of the cultural background of why it was written that way. But now with some experience, maybe we create a third path or second, whatever path.
I like your idea.
But I was gonna say, the other thing is, if they're serious about opening a charter school, they need to have a nonprofit. And
Yeah,
so
right.
it'll flush out the
Right.
groups of parents that wanna upset the apple cart and trash whatever system they're coming from and open a charter and actually force them to do something.
Not disagreeing with that,
organized.
and I love the idea that they start a non-profit, but I guess to the chair's point, why start one and then have to start another? It's like, use that first one.
The first one needs to be the one.
The first one is the one to gain the charter, but can they convert that into their school?
Yeah.
As an option. They don't have to.
Well, so I'll give you kind of in practicality what we do now. If they start a nonprofit, their mission is to both develop and support and then run an existing charter school. That's the language now. It used to be like their language for their mission would often just be simply to develop a charter school in the state of New Hampshire. And then once they opened, they were no longer supporting that mission because it had already opened. And so we're getting to understand that the nonprofit has to be set up to run the school.
I just remember we started a nonprofit and went through all the hoops to do it. We had a board, we did all of that until we started the school, started another entity, and kept this other one on the shelves for like a year, and then it dissolved and died, and we just threw it away.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, to your point,
It's a waste of time.
We did the same thing at Creva, and it created a whole lot of unwinding regulatory, legal issues because things were intertwined, and it created a lot more work. So I absolutely agree with you on that.
And that's just something we should bring up to legislators. But I think the first step is looking at other states and seeing, I mean, because some states are better than others, and we know that. And some states, and there's a lot of data out there on this. There are charter school organizations that look at this, like what states have the most successful charter schools and sustainable the best. So
New Hampshire.
we're pretty good. We're pretty good, but anyway, so getting that data would be a good first step.
Awesome. We'll take care of it.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Al. Anything else we want to discuss?
We're on the board minutes.
We want to get out of here. Minutes.
Board minutes.
Meeting agenda minutes. Meeting minutes, December 12th. Any comments,
Find anything?
questions, problems? Good?
No.
Good.
Lovely.
Motion to accept.
Motion to accept the minutes as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion to adjourn.
I motion to adjourn.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Ken on the board with a second.
Who seconded the adjournment?
Ken.
Can you? That was you, okay.
Ken is Ken in the red spot.
Okay, guys, University of Notre Dame's gonna win tonight,